How's it going, dweebs? Let me pull up some music. Bleh. I haven't had a lot of stuff has happened to my computer in a while, and so I don't know if I got music on me. I'm technically waiting for my friend Lucian to come on the stream, because we're both gonna do this thing together. But he's eating dinner right now because we're gonna be doing this thing for a while, so I'm just gonna let him do that. I guess I'll just use this to catch up and tell you what the heck I've been up to. This stuff is going to happen, and I have been working on things. Good morning? Yeah, good morning. From wherever you may be. It's 9 o'clock p.m. for me. Alright. I'll give a heads up to where I've been in a minute, and then tell you the future of my stuff that I'm going to be publishing, because it will be big, maybe. You know what else is big? My ego, which is why I'm back to streaming. Well, you guys know that about me already. Okay. Hello, what's up, dweebs? Been a while. While we wait for Lucian to eat his food, let me tell you first what's going to happen on this stream, and then what's going to happen in future streams, and what I've been up to over the summer. Okay. Oh wait, hold on, I gotta post the link to this. Guys, live streaming! Oh my gosh, this is such a big deal, guys! I've met a lot of people over the summer and stuff like that. Done a lot of stuff. I've met some other streamers, and let me tell you, they've got it a lot more. They've got it a lot more organized than I do. They all have schedules and Discord servers with many roles, and there's only one role in my Discord server if you're in it, and it's the Dino role. That's the only role. It's the Dino bot role. And there are a few channels. I think you can only talk in 3 of them. I don't even have my own special role, because I don't care about that kind of stuff. And I make fun of all of my streamer friends for having schedules. Schedules are for nerds. And everything I do is off the cuff. I understand that now we're like... it's not like I'm in high school anymore and I can just call up my friends or hit them up on Discord to say let's play Roblox or Minecraft or something, and now like people, I have to like schedule time to hang out with them unless it's like the middle of the night, which I don't really like. It makes it feel less like personal when I have to schedule something with someone. That's why I really don't like using the word like collab in my stream titles or anything. Because it just feels so impersonal when you put it that way. It feels kind of corporate. So I never title anything like that. I'm collabing with this other YouTuber and we're gonna collab together. No, we're not. We're just hanging out and playing a game or talking about stuff. That's how I see it in my mind. I know it's a very like subtle and meaningless difference, but it means something to me. Alright. Also, if you can hear my fan, I have to stream at like the night now because of Texas weather. Otherwise, I'm gonna burn away, and I still might burn away because it's hot. So hopefully that doesn't happen. But if you can hear my fan, I don't apologize. Okay. Dang. Bleh. Alright. I guess I'll have to keep Discord open just in case Lucian messages me. Right, so what are we going to be doing today? First, we are going to do some score study, just as a little warm-up. Lucian gave a piece that he wanted to study. I have a piece that I want to study. I love music theory, good, because I like it too. I feel like a lot of people don't understand why you should use music theory. I feel like a lot of people just dismiss music theory as, you know, the academia way of writing music. And since you're writing it in academia, then it's going to turn out, what's the word? Standardized? Thinking of a more harsh term. Standardized, milquetoast, maybe like a copycat, I don't know. You must learn music theory to completely disregard it later. See, I don't necessarily agree with that. But learning SATB is very important. Oh, SATB will be very important later. Okay, so anyway, let me stay focused. So first we're doing score study. 2 different pieces. We're not going to do the whole thing, I don't think. Just 2 pieces that we want to just take a look at. I have one by Strauss, Richard Strauss, and Lucian has one by Camille Saint-Saëns. And then we're going to be looking at Fuchs's book of counterpoint. That's going to be like the main thing that we do. We're going to be looking at counterpoint. Strict counterpoint from a book called Steps to Parnassus. I'm going to be looking at an English version because the text is originally in Latin. And yeah, that's gonna be the thing today. And maybe I'll get to actually writing stuff. I have been writing stuff. I did post something recently to my channel if you want to look at that before we start any of the serious stuff. But there are 2 sides to hating music theory. Ew, it's gross, it's for nerds, and Schoenberg. Dang. I don't understand why people don't like music theory. Maybe they just get bored of it. I don't think it's boring at all. I just think the way it's presented is boring, and I guess you can say that of anything, right? Mathematicians will tell you that math isn't actually boring. You just have been taught it wrong, and you learn it, it's still boring. Don't tell Matthew I said that. 11, regularly use music theory. It makes things that you're training in score study significantly easier. It helps out with performances. You are correct. Augmented 6 chords are incredible. They are also very nice. I don't do a whole lot of analysis. I just do a lot of study. The way I think about harmony is very structured. I know for some people the way they think about harmony is very free, but of course I'm going to be studying a Baroque book of counterpoint, so I understand that, like, in the realm of composers that you'll see online, I'm very traditional. So, you know. Prefer being surprised about what I compose. Oh, you just click notes into MuseScore or something and you're like, oh, that sounds good. I've surprised myself again. I am a genius, me. I feel that so hard. That was me a while ago before I started applying theory to my music. Right, that's where we're doing this stream. And then, how do they fit 5 courses for college music theory? I don't know. Okay, right. The streams that I'm going to be doing after this, I have some things I need to do. First, I've been working on an animation project. It's music related, it's music theory related. I wanted to make a music theory tutorial. So I looked up music theory tutorials and see what other people were creating, and they were like, you know, they're like informative, like informational, what's the word, like infographic kind of videos. That or just like, you know, a professor giving a lecture, that's fine too. But I wanted to do something different, and I wanted to make like a cartoon that teaches you functional harmony. So that's what I've been working on. The script is done. I just need to storyboard it. I will be streaming the storyboard process. I need to find voice actors and actresses. I already have people in mind. Not sure if it's gonna follow through. We'll see. That's kind of the fickle part. And the animation process, it will be animated entirely in Blender. I'm using the grease pencil, so it's 2D animation. I just choose to use Blender because it's a great program, and I know how to use it. I will be most likely streaming doing that too, and you'll get to see the whole process of me. You know what? Why don't I just show you? Let me open Krita real quick. Okay. So the storyboard's only like halfway done. Hold on. It's loading. Hurry up, Krita. you. Oh, dodge all of my very appropriate drawings that you guys cannot see because they're so appropriate that they're too appropriate for YouTube. Way too appropriate. Don't mind what I draw in my free time. Okay. So here's this project that I'm working on. It's called SATB, and it stands for Shirgi and the Band. That's what SATB stands for. That's the cartoon. And I have a storyboard set up. So the characters, they're all little aliens that are shaped like Roman numerals. And they teach you through argument. It's a lot of arguing. Functional harmony. I think they're cute. They all have fun colors too. I think 5 is red, 4 is orange, and 1 is purple. So, need the heart-shaped guy as a pillow. No, hold on. There he is. There's 5 here. He's just Osaka from Azumanga. Alright, I'm just gonna say it right now. He's got the big eyes that are looking into nothing. He's non-verbal. I just wanted that one guy that was just kind of out of it the whole time. Let me see if I can pull up a picture of the... You guys want to see my file system? Have you guys seen my new desktop, by the way? I'm no longer on Windows Vista. It's crazy. I'm on Windows 5000 now. That was Windows 11. I just modded it a bunch. Has Luto messaged me? Oh, he sure has. Oh, he says he'll be in here in 20 minutes. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can find... You guys want to look at my file system? By the way, it's organized. That's my biggest flex. That it's organized. Never mind that I just deleted a file in front of you. It's very organized. You know, I was going to open my screenshots folder, but I probably shouldn't do that in front of you. Not because I'm embarrassed of my screenshots, but there might be personal stuff in it. But I do have some very bizarre screenshots. Nice desktop, thanks. Where... Yeah. You guys want to look at You guys want to look at that one? What about this one? You like the Usagis in Roblox Jollibee? What about those are the screenshots you can... I am so graciously permitting you to look at these. Here they are. Here are my little friends. Yeah, purple, yellow. I think they're every color of the rainbow, right? Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, and turquoise. And so here they are all colored in. I'm gonna be so honest, because I sent my script to my friend Lucian, who's helping me out with, you know, brainstorming and stuff. He said, like, he tried to match the character traits of each character in the script to, like, their appearance that I drew here, but I'm gonna be so honest, I drew these literally at, like, 2 a.m. just kind of based on vibes. I was like, what would this guy look like if he was literally shaped like a Roman numeral 3? And this is what I came up with. Hold on, let me see if I can find more screenshots for y'all. All of my Sailor Moon screenshots are on my laptop, so I just have this one. Oh yeah. There's the square lake that's very square. Does this look like music theory? Chill out, my friend. We're getting to that. We're getting to that later. So yeah, this is the only music theory thing that's on here is my cartoon that I will be creating. Man, where is Lucian? He's still eating his food. We gotta kill 20 minutes, guys, because he says he's gonna be here in 20 minutes. So we need to find 20 minutes of things to do while we wait. Anyway, you can see the entire slideshow. All right, we're done. Get out of here. Ignore that sound you just heard. I have custom window sounds. I have this. That was from last night. I have whatever this is. They're programming socks. Beautiful. How do you get windows to look like that? Oh, I don't know if I'm legally allowed to tell you, but I don't care. I use a program called Windhawk. Windhawk. And that's how you get Windows mods to make it look different. You can change your cursors and your system sounds through the control panel though. So you could just look at how to do that. It's pretty easy. Okay, so that's what I'm gonna be doing on my next streams. I guess I can show you stuff I've been working on music-wise. Again, I'm waiting for my friend to finish eating his food so we can begin the study. I'll show you guys what I've been working on. Let's open MuseScore. There's a program I use MuseScore for. I know you guys are gonna ask. Someone always asks me every time what program I use. It's MuseScore 4, the fourth one. Probably not the best one, but the fourth one. Alright, so I published this one recently. Oh, you guys have probably heard it. I wrote this a long time ago. I perfected it, and by perfected I mean I'm not satisfied with this, but I literally, it was like almost midnight, and I'm like, I gotta finish this and just call it done, so I called it done. What sounds do you use? Like in MuseScore, I usually use the Berlin sounds. They're just like a nice like bass. Some sounds are better than others, but like for most things, the Berlin sounds are just fine. Yeah, so these. You don't have to pay for sounds, I just do because it's my hobby. Yeah, so I worked on this. I want to make a video going over the harmony here, because I'm proud of it, but I guess you guys can ask me later. I've also been looking at this. Having an organized page of scores instead of 300 half-started ideas is amazing. No, the difference is that if I have a half idea, it's on my laptop. All my like flourishing ideas are on my PC. Like I'll like step into the library, open my laptop, just dot some notes in, and then be done, and then close it. And then if I have like a eureka moment, then I'll transfer that to my PC and literally stream me building off of it. Practicing composition for an assignment. Practicing composition. I'm not a music student. I'm not a composition student. I've never been taught composition. I've been self-taught in composition. So all this stuff that I write is just for me. I don't do it for a job. I'm not being commissioned. I just write it for myself. I also worked on this a little bit and then got very sick of it. I guess I haven't played it. I'll play it. I'm not very proud of it. I think I need to redo the whole thing, but I'll let you hear it. Early Morning Castle. Use my sounds in various random video game sound fonts. Nice. Don't like trumpet mute sounds. You're right, the trumpet in mute sounds, the default is very muted. A little too quiet. Pomp and circumstance? Yeah, not exactly what I was going for, but I get what you mean. Just ends here. Again, very extremely rough. Just a bunch of whole notes. Look at that, connect 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That ain't no good. We don't like seeing that. How do you think of chords? Oh, how do I think of chords? Okay. You guys want me to teach you how I think of chords? I think of them in a very specific way. I also redid this. I think I posted about this in my Discord server. I went back to this piece I wrote a long time ago, and I just touched it up, made the articulations more better. Chords are lame, voice leading better. I disagree completely, actually. I think voice leading goes hand in hand with chords. Come first. Voice leading doesn't describe why harmony works, but chords do. That's my opinion. That's my opinion. That's the school of thought I come from. Use whatever works for you, but I'm going to teach you how I personally think of chords. And I guess I'll just use this example that and pull up. Chords. There are 3 types of chords that you need to care about. There are tonic chords, there are subdominant chords, and there are dominant chords. 3. 1 is the tonic, 5 is the dominant, and 4 is the subdominant, right? I feel like you guys should all know that as music theory nerds. Right. The tonic chords are 1, of course, and 3, and 6. You can see here that those chords starting on C as 1, those chords are a third apart on the keyboard, and therefore the subdominant chords starting at F would be 4 and 6 and 2, and the dominant chords, if we were to look at G, are 5, 7, and 3. Chords like to move in a pattern of tension and release. So subdominant chords create a little bit of tension, dominant chords create a bit more tension, and then tonic chords release the tension. That's it. That's literally it. 1, 5, 3, 2, 5. It's just a pattern of release, tension, tension, a little bit of tension, more tension, release, 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 a little bit of tension, more tension, release, tension, tension. That's it. And how do you get how do you know which chords to put next? Well, you just analyze it in this way. And that's how you create a chord progression that is both satisfying and interesting. So I'll play you my example here. This is a very diatonic part. Right? Release here. Build tension. Release tension. Create more tension. Lots of dominant chords here. And then release tension, right? That's it. I forgot the Roman numeral stuff. Nice description of scale degrees. What about figuring inversions? Inversions, I don't know, just pick, how do you pick inversions? Okay, well, generally, the more inverted a chord is, the more tense it'll be. Like this 4, the second inversion chord, it's a very incomplete sounding chord, right? And then because it's a more incomplete sounding chord, it either has to lead into a more incomplete sounding chord, and eventually it needs to lead to a very released chord. That's how you make a chord progression satisfying. Also, just follow the bass line, I guess. Okay, so after that, it starts to get a little weird. This is a piece where I experimented with modal interchange. So if you want, you can create an entire piece using just those chords that I just showed you. But of course, since we're nerds, we want to use more chords. And the way that you use more chords is that you can take any of the chords that you have put down. So, just ignore all the fancy symbols on these. We have a 1, 2, 7, and 3 chord progression here. But I've modified them. I've just kind of randomly, I've just kind of randomly modified. This is diminished now, this is diminished, this is flattened, and it's also major now. Let me see if I can pull up my... that's not it. Thank you. There you go. This beautiful chart here. This is a modal interchange chart. Are these chords on the... No, not necessarily. Okay. So here's the thing. Because chords have certain functions just because they are built upon a certain scale degree, like just because the tonic chord is built on 1, it will always retain that tonic function no matter what, because it's based on 1. So basically, you can just kind of manipulate the chords however you want. You can change a few notes, and the chord will still retain its function, but you will have a more interesting chord. So you can just kind of do whatever you want to them, and it will still work. So even though these chords are not part of the major scale, you can still modify them while keeping it satisfying, because the chords will retain their functions, and therefore the tension and release cycle of the chords will be preserved, right? And also there's a modulation from C major to A flat major here, because this flat 3 chord, I believe, is a E flat major chord, and E flat major is the dominant chord of A flat major. So then technically in the key of A flat major, this would be a 5 chord, and then it would move to a 1. Okay, whatever. You don't care about any of that stuff. What you care about is the chords. Let me just show you proof by example. So just by modifying the chords, you can both add some color to your music, and also because you can modify chords however you want, basically any modulation is possible from any points. Like these two keys are so far apart from each other, C and A flat major, but you're able to get away with seamlessly transitioning between them because you can literally modify any chord how you please and just determine what key that chord wants to resolve to. It's literally as easy as that. That's why if you look here, I have so many different modulations. And then same thing happens here. Okay. Same thing happening here. This is an F augmented chord, and that moves swiftly to a C major chord, so that's a plagal cadence. So, get out of my face. Well, I'm sorry, because this is I write music using Roman numerals. You guys want to see all of my Roman numerals? There they all are. That's how I write music, baby. Any music on YouTube? I have music on YouTube. Just on my YouTube channel. Spotify, no, I haven't bothered to put anything there. I don't really care that much. If I cared a bit more, I would be taking music commissions. I'm not. I don't really care that much. Alright, let's get this out of here. Similarly for this one that I just wrote, you can find it on my YouTube channel. Even though these chords are super weird, they still work because they're still moving in the tension and release cycle that I was talking about. So even though most of these chords aren't diatonic, like this sharp 4 diminished chord, that's not diatonic, this minor 5, this major 2, this flat major 7, those are not diatonic chords. That is, they're not in the key of D major, but you can still use them because you can literally just modify chords however you want, and they will still work. I'm using frequency values. What am I? A Raspberry Pi? I understand. I understand in terms of ABC. Thank you. So yeah, this is the one I posted recently. Right? Is supposed to message me? Uh-oh. No, he hasn't. Okay, so let me just explain what just happened. This is a 5-4-3 progression. Just ignore all the fancy symbols in it. You don't need to know what they mean. There's a 5-4-3. There's a tension chord, there's a tension chord, there's a release chord. There's a tension chord, there's a tension chord, there's a tension chord, there's a tension chord, there's a release chord. That's it. You can also think of them as a dominant to subdominant to tonic relationship, so this would technically be a plagal cadence. And then, 4, 5, 2... I know some people like to call this major to a secondary dominance. I don't think of it that way. It's just a 2 chord. It's major. These chords are just here to build tension. This is a subdominant, dominant, subdominant, dominant, tonic. So this is where the tension both heightens and is released. And then just to establish the key that we're in, I have a very simple 2-5-1 going on here. So after all the wackiness of these chords, it just goes back to 2-5-1 to establish the key. By doing something like this, you can use weird chords, and because you re-establish the tonal center by having some nice diatonic chords here, it makes it all the more satisfying, in my opinion. Because using weird chords, you need to learn to use them in a tasteful way, in the way I write music. Writing them in a tasteful way, and by that I mean, because I personally like to write very satisfying harmony, Of course, you might not, but I like to write very satisfying harmony. It's good to use these colorful chords and then return back to your home key with some nice, easy-going diatonic chords. Makes it all the more satisfying to listen to. Sharp minor 4 diminished inverted. Well, yeah. Let me give you a secret on this. Everyone, take a good look at your new best friend. It's the modal interchange chart. The sharp 4 diminished, I believe, is this one. It's a Lydian chord. So yeah, if you're stuck for chords like which chord do I want to use? Just take a look at this. These chords are basically guaranteed to work together. So all the chords in this row are basically guaranteed to work together. These chords are guaranteed to work together. Chart from Wiki. This is just Wikipedia. You can look at any chart though. I just chose this one. This is a modal interchange chart. So this chord is a Lydian chord. I just stole it from Lydian and put it in here. This minor 5 chord I think is technically a natural minor chord. So is this here. Alright. Whatever. That's not too important. What matters is that you can modify the chords however you want and they will still work. Because of theory reasons! That's just a theory. A music theory. Alright, whatever, you can listen to that on my page if you want. What else have I been doing? I wrote this. You guys heard this? I don't think I posted this. That's the last you'll hear of that. I don't think I'm posting that anywhere. What's this? What's chorale? Oh, this is an old version. I got it on my face. Game intermission music. You're actually so right. What else was I doing? Oh yeah. You guys remember this piece that I wrote a while ago called Homesick? Yeah, I don't like it. I think I'm gonna do it again. There are too many instruments. It just sounds clunky. Sounds dumb. I'll fix it next time. Give me a few months to fix this and it'll come back. My pro tip for composing: don't write for this many instruments. It's pain and you're not gonna like it. So I'm gonna be redoing that. Where the heck is Lucian? What time is it right now? It's been almost 20 minutes. Actually, I think it's been exactly 20 minutes. Oh my goodness. What a dum-dum. Let's hear a bit of it. What, this one? I'm pretty sure it's on my channel. I posted it a few months ago. And I guess I'll critique it in front of you to tell you what I think I can do better. I feel like there's a lot of things I gotta change about this. Maybe we can make some notes. So what do I not like about this? First of all, I don't like that there are 3 instruments playing at the same time. I feel like it could be a bit better if it were played solo. I feel like maybe just euphonium would be much nicer here. I feel like this part could be a bit lighter, a bit airier. It's because of the oboe sound. It's smooth, but it's not light and fluffy. I want to kind of change that. Maybe not a bit too much. Clarinets will definitely help there. I also think using the brass as a harmony. I feel like I need to put more emphasis on the harmony in the woodwinds and not in the brass, just to make it a bit more subtle. The brass makes it a little bit too warm. I need it to be a bit more cloudy, like fluffy. Those words may or may not mean anything to you. Alright. Hop on. Alright, got you. Calling, ring ring. Ring ring ring. Pick up, Luto. Pick up. Hello.
Hello.
Oh, you're
However,
finally. Now we can get to the stream. Oh my gosh, you're late. You're late.
I was 2 minutes late. I will.
You're
have-
2 You're 2 minutes late, you dum dum.
How dare I? Could you screen share?
Yeah, I got you. Bleh, 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 bleh.
2 minutes late. Come on.
2 minutes late. 2 minutes too many, I say. All right. What happened to? I had recordings pulled up, but I think I accidentally closed the tabs. Oh no, I didn't. Okay, I'm a genius.
Come on. Okay.
Oh, okay. Can you hear this?
Yes. I
Okay.
gotta know which recording is it.
It's by the Radovan Vladkovic, who's the soloist.
Yeah.
Doesn't say. I just.
Is it? Oh, what's his name? Sorry, I'm blanking. Hold on.
No, you're good. We tried React. No, I know about it. I know other people who use it. I don't really care about using React. You guys can tell that it's a different person speaking, right?
Yeah, I feel like our voices are different enough.
No, we're basically the same. We write the same kind of
Yeah, we
music too.
sound
We're so similar.
Bowman, that's his name.
They're
Bauman?
basically the exact same. I have no idea.
Herman Bauman. It's, in my opinion, the best recording.
Okay, let me find that. No. Wrong tab. Herman Bauman. Okay.
You know, I do have reactives. Just saying. I have it all set up.
Just saying. I am the type to literally force all of you to watch me set up as part of the stream, but I don't feel like doing that. Let's do some talking about how stupid you are and how we all want to eat your toes.
What the what?
All right, so let's talk about this concerto you recommended.
Classical music stream.
My Christian stream. All right, so tell me about this piece that you recommended.
I just think it's cool. It's a horn.
You think it's cool?
concerto. Yeah, it is. Wow, I think it's absolutely fantastic. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
It's a horn concerto. I randomly came across it in a playlist once, and I really liked the melody, and the harmony's good too.
It sounds like a good concerto. All right.
Wow. Okay, I see what you're up to.
What? I'm not. What do you mean? You have no proof. All right. This is called Morco de Concert by Saint Saëns.
I had so much trouble finding this piece because apparently just the title Morceau is really common in pieces. Like there was another one which I kept confusing it for called the Morceau Symphonique, which is not even
Yeah, I
a
got
Saint
you.
Saëns piece. It's not a Saint Saëns piece, nor is it a horn concerto. It is a concerto, but it's a trombone concerto.
Mm-hmm.
But
It's a
still,
horny
it's-
concerto. Yeah, okay, so we're gonna be looking at this horny concerto that Luto recommended. All complaints go to him for recommending a horny concerto.
The French surname Morceau.
It's a
uses-
surname.
generally means dark-skinned or swarthy. What the hell is swarthy?
Sure. Right.
Oh no, I typed it. That's Moreau. Sorry, Morceau is a short musical composition. That is very boring. Okay.
Okay. So what do
I
you want
guess
to
it must
focus
be
on
fun.
specifically here in this?
Chords, I guess. Actually, no, the
Chords.
chords are really simple in this one. But, actually, hold on. Could you send me like a PDF of the score?
Yeah, I got you.
Thank you.
Here, look at my file system again. This one. Barely hear him. All right, hold on. Bang. Speak up, dum dum.
Check,
You're
check,
you're
check,
on
check.
you're on
1, 2,
200% on Discord right now. You're
200%.
literally the loudest I can make you. Here, hold on. I can add some video filters and OBS or audio filters. Sorry.
Swarthy can mean tanned, if I remember correctly. That is
Gain.
fascinating.
Right.
And not what I would imagine the word swarthy would
Can you guys hear him now? Hold on. Maybe that's a little bit too loud.
Check, 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 check. 1, 2, check 1, 2.
Check
Check
mic.
1, 2, 3.
You're just kind of soft spoken. I can tell that about you.
Yeah, I don't talk very loud.
Yeah. Well, until we started playing Terraria, it's the first time I've ever heard you raise your voice. It really was. Okay. Okay. So right.
Everybody is saying something different.
Okay. No. For serious
Some are
though.
saying too loud, some are saying too quiet, some are saying
Yeah.
it's perfectly fine. We need
Please
to
tell
find
me,
that
like,
Goldilocks zone.
what you want to focus on when we look at this piece.
Okay, you didn't send me the PDF.
Oh, right. Sorry. But what you don't? But do you not have something in mind?
I didn't really have something in specific. No,
I'm just sending it to you.
the harmony, I guess that would be a good place to start.
Okay, before we
this piece has a lot of the technical term is call and response between the soloist and other instrumentalists.
Okay.
So what I noticed is, especially in this opening section, there's a lot between the soloist and the winds, specifically the bassoons. You can kind of see in that first opening sections. Also,
basson.
Cellos. I think that's cello. Yeah, cellos.
The ball, guys. The bonds. Core. Bon. Raise your hand, guys, if you play Bon in the orchestra. Let me know if you're a. Let me know if you're a Bonner.
My God, you.
What? You're the one that recommended the horny concerto.
Oh, okay, fine. What did you have in mind then?
Oh, I had some Strauss in mind. There's this very pretty string section that I want to look at because it's pretty. Look how pretty it is. Oh wait, are they in the same key? A flat major. Wow.
Yeah. Cool. I could pick something else if you want.
No. I'm just poking at you.
My classical music playlist is like 16 hours long, so I got a lot to choose
16 hours? What? How long have you been curating that playlist?
Probably 2 years.
Okay.
It's been a lot now that I say it aloud. Oh, nope, I don't want to listen to Hungarian Rhapsody.
Okay. We'll begin playing this now. Bang.
Sure. I got another really fun one of mine. Another good piece.
Okay, so let's stop there at the first phrase.
There's a lot in that first section.
Yeah, okay. So
83 hours? Wow, that's impressive.
83. I don't listen. I've stopped listening to playlists a while ago. I just listen to like albums now. My theory professor would love you using Roman numerals in your compositions. I refuse to use them outside my theory class. Oh well, I use them all the time, so whoopsies. Whoopsies.
There's quite a lot in just this first section alone.
Oh wait, this isn't A flat major. This is the relative minor.
Oh, it's F minor. Okay.
Yeah, F minor. Yeah. So
well, come on, it's kind of the same thing. kind of. Also, I don't think this is regular minor. This is harmonic minor, I think.
It's melodic minor. Seriously?
It's one of those.
When you're interested in horn repertoire, not me, the other guy.
Horn repertoire is awesome. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
this is like the only one that I know.
Man, I love horn repertoire. Listen to one piece.
I think Mozart wrote a pretty famous one, didn't he?
Yeah.
I'm like actively looking through my playlist, being like, "Is there anything else in here?"
Oh my goodness, you.
I got so much Dvorak. Oh my god. This piece is kind of a cool horn part. Venus planets.
Yeah. Well, Basically, all of the
That's not really
planets
a
is
part
great for brass,
one
right?
part. Yeah, true.
Right. This is what B flat,
Oh,
yeah,
the
B flat.
trombone part on was it Uranus? Ooh, that's
I can't believe it.
Have you ever looked at the horn part for Uranus? That's a fun one to look at.
I'm gonna be honest, Uranus is my least favorite one. Not saying it's bad,
the-
but like out of all of them, it's my least favorite one. My favorite one's definitely Venus, and then probably followed by
Venus
Neptune.
is beautiful.
Yeah.
Actually, in my playlist, sorry, I keep going back to this. I have the transition from part 1 of Rite of Spring into that movement of Venus, and it's literally a seamless transition.
I don't understand you.
It's a great transition.
Is it
It's
now?
you should try it sometimes. I'll send. I would say I'd send it to you. But
I
like,
mean,
you can
I guess
find it
Venus
yourself.
is trailing by Mars, so there's that. Right?
Yeah, I guess it would. It kind of goes after anything super chaotic and ends on like a sudden note, like Mars does.
Yeah.
Well,
I know
actually, I
what you
don't know if I
mean.
call Mars as ending sudden, but
Well,
part 1 of Rite of Spring certainly is sudden.
oh, part one. Yeah.
Rite of Spring.
It's just like boom, 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 and then it's just done. If I remember correctly.
Yeah,
Yeah. Very
ends
cool.
right there. It's cool.
That is cool. I'm trying to think of what chords these could be, but these are not chords. I guess I'll just focus on
Actually,
this
that's a
part
really
here.
smart idea. Put it into like you
That's
could draw on it.
definitely
Actually, that's
smart.
smart.
What was that?
Putting it into like a program you could draw on it.
Yeah, this is just Firefox.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
I don't think my browser supports that.
No, Firefox, my furry fox, my beloved browser. What is this? F,
do I have
B
anything that can
flat,
open
G. That's not G. This is G. This is F. Yes, F, B, G. That would be a seventh chord, right? Of
where are you?
here.
Measure 5?
This would be a 2 chord. Wait,
Yeah, I should probably
aren't
just
you?
look at your stream, shut it
I
up.
just look at my screen.
I was looking at my own copy of it, but that doesn't make any sense, does it?
Yeah. I think technically this would be a diminished chord. If we were to finish this chord, this is a G, and then F and B here, or F and B flat. That would be a what? G,
Yeah,
B
G minor
flat,
7.
and then F, and then I guess filling in here would be D flat. So this would be a 2 chord, or a 2 diminished chord. But on the
Piece
7th.
this is Saint Saëns.
So, romantic harmony diverges into tonal centers. Can you really go chord by chord? I think so. I've done some analysis of Chopin, and it still follows chord harmony theory.
Yeah, your
like it just does.
Release pattern.
Yeah, it's just not in the way that maybe you might think it is. The G
Wait,
sharp
that's a
and G
diminished
minor.
chord?
Yeah, because of the D flats. If we were to spell it out, it would be G, B flat, D flat, F.
Oh yeah, it would be, wouldn't it?
I mean, the D isn't written
Diminished
here, but technically it would be diminished.
Oh no, that's normal. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it isn't really, but I'm just gonna write it because this is the diatonic chord of the natural minor.
Right.
This is a what? A flat, F. Let me write this down. A flat, F, and C. So that would be a
flat, F.
That would just be
that's just a tonic, yeah. F minor.
1 like this. So yeah, very very easy cadence here by Saint Saëns. And then this chord
I don't
here,
think Saint Saëns' music is like extremely technical. Like when you really break it down.
maybe not technically harmonic. When Saint Saëns was Romantic period, correct? Or am I getting that wrong?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is interesting because he was.
Did he take
around at,
after
like,
the school of Beethoven? Maybe.
He was Did he get?
Was he like a
Beethoven?
musical conservative, like Brahms, Beethoven?
Oh yes, certainly. He was at the premiere of Rite of Spring, and he walked out after the opening. Fun fact.
Cool.
After the opening, he was disgusted. What was it? The bassoons, I think, disgusted him, so he left the performance early.
Is it the first note? He's like, nope. It's not for me. I know when to take my leave. D, A, and F. I'd make this a D minor chord, which would make this a 6th chord. Or, no. Sorry, it is D flat, F, and A flat. So that would make you a major 6th chord, I believe.
Alto clef is so nice and useful, and everybody loves it.
I know, right? I just think of it as the treble clef, but one step lower. That's literally how
I actually think it's the opposite. I think of bass clef one up, one higher.
Oh yeah, but hold on, let me pull up my here. I'm pulling this up because this will show the natural minor chords, and that might be helpful.
Oh, nice. It's useful.
Yeah, so I'll just keep that in case, but I'm just verifying just to make sure I'm not going insane that the 6th chord in Aeolian is in fact major. Okay, so we have 1/6 here. I can tell you right now, because this chord is an inversion, even though it's a tonic chord, it's still more tense than this chord. So in theory, we are still building tension by having a tension chord here and a tonic chord here, but it's an inverted chord, so it's still building tension. Moving on to the 6th chord, which is yet again building tension, and I anticipate here soon we'll have a tonic chord, or not a tonic, sorry, a dominant chord, probably nearing the end of the phrase.
Yeah, probably.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Went into serialism. I'm curious what he did do. I'm sad that they didn't write like treatises on how to write in serialist and use 12-tone harmony or whatever. Because I've been really thinking about like learning it, but like who's written the books on it? I don't even care if it's not theory. Just write a book on it so I can see and read. Maybe
there's got to be one out there.
There's got to be one, but it's probably like a modern retrospective. I'd really want to hear it from Schoenberg or Stravinsky or Bartok or anyone like that. I think Bartok.
Yeah, that's true.
I'd like to hear it from themselves though. All right. So
all right, next chord.
B flat. That should be G. Is that G? No.
G, D. That's just a G.
That's just G.
Oh,
sorry,
it's the G.
I'm
G
losing my
6,
mind.
G minor 7 again.
Yeah, so
it's
that's
just G minor 7 again, I think. Oh, G diminished. Sorry.
Yeah, G diminished again. Maybe I should have written in a different color. Not interfering. Let's pick my favorite color.
You draw your eyes. It's a random thing to point out.
What?
The way you draw your eyes, it looks like a person on their knees begging for like water or something.
What? Don't make fun of how I write my alphabet now. It's because I write like stuff like this.
Oh, there is so much I could comment on there.
You guys want to see my alphabet?
I thought this was a music stream.
Right. Yeah, I'm writing my whole alphabet.
Are we learning English in my music theory stream?
Since you pointed it out, I now have to show you.
The eyes look like Greek text. Oh yeah, I could see that too. That's a V? What is that?
Yeah, this is how I write my alphabet. But I usually write in cursive.
Like
I don't really write in print.
So looks like you're trying to do a W and then you just kind of gave up.
Sure. The V, like that. That's technically a cursive V, I think. V. Sauce.
Yeah, I noticed like half of it was cursive, and the other half wasn't.
So anyway, this is a 2.
Anyway,
this is a 2. Maybe I'll write numbers next time. This chord here, this is a 2 over B flat. I think this is this is the same chord.
A 2, isn't it?
This would be. 2. I noticed this is C in the bass here, so I anticipate this being a whatchamacallit, a dominant chord, especially with this. You guys see this here? You guys looking at this naturalized 7th here? That's because it's a raised 7th. You guys see here? You guys see how it's naturalized, therefore raising it up a half step? This is something that composers really like to do. It's called the harmonic minor.
See it now.
It is a beautiful 5 chord, baby. Hey, look at that. I knew it was gonna happen. 1 1 2 1 6 2 2 5. And then whoa, what's that? I see F F C A. Is that a 1 chord? It's like theory, guys. It's just like the theory told us. It's the 2 5 1. Oh my gosh. It was big.
My favorite note.
You guys don't seem as excited as I am.
I'm thrilled. I love that beautiful, authentic cadence right there. You love to see it.
You see how authentic it is?
It's so authentic. It goes 5 and then it goes into 1, and I'm like, whoa, that's groundbreaking stuff here.
It is really, Saint Sons is really breaking the mold here. Let's
All right.
because these chords are kind of basic. Let's look at how he like puts the strings together. I'll also notice here that the horn is in the same key signature as everything else, which is funky. I guess it's
C.
Yeah, it's a horn in K, which is very strange. I only know about the faux ones.
See, that's great.
But the clarinets are in a different one.
Oh, that is strange. I wonder why that is.
Yeah,
Timbales don't have a key.
Yeah, I guess it's just like the horn is in C. That or I don't know.
Oh, it's in solfege. That's why.
Oh,
I love solfege. It's because it's timbales and fa.
Timbales ut fa. It sounds like a Mortal Kombat finishing move. It sounds 1 octave lower than written. I see.
It's a house voice.
Those are oboes, I think. The hout boys. Yeah. Take that, Saint-Saëns, being French.
Oh, you love to see that. 2 clarinets in C flat. Ooh.
In 2 clarinettes in Sib. You're right.
C flat. Love to see that too.
Moving on. F. This is also F. This is A and this is F. So conspicuously, there's no C in this 1 chord. I remember reading about this in an orchestration manual that generally when you're writing chords, you can kind of leave out the dominant of the chord, as long as you have the root note and the third, you can kind of tell what chord it is. It becomes a bit more ambiguous.
Not always, though.
On an inversion.
Not always, though, because that third could also be the dominant. Like, for instance, with this chord, this
when you have an inversion, it becomes more ambiguous, yeah.
This could absolutely be a D-flat major chord.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, with an inversion. But that's where the fun of music theory comes in. That's why music is so fun.
I know.
Because it always leaves you guessing. And there's never a right answer. Because it's all up to interpretation.
That doesn't sound right. I'm pretty sure there's a correct interpretation of everything. See my comment. Oh. If you just knew how to read and you studied music theory and you actually appreciated the intent behind the music, you would understand. Unbelievable. Let's say this chord is still pretty open.
To me of all people, when I write, when my writing is so much more, compared to your writing, my writing is so much more how do I describe it? Chaotic. Is that the best word? There's probably a better one.
I'd also like to
but
point
I am
out
absolutely the kind of poser to put in a 31-32 bar in the middle of a phrase just because it'd be funny.
Nice. I'd like to point out that the general wisdom when you write string chords is that you write them in open harmony, and that's something that Saint-Saëns has done here. So please go away. So here, if we just build the chord based on these, that's A. That's this A, correct? And the F should be up here. So this chord is extremely widely spaced. There are lots of big spaces here. When you orchestrate chords, you generally want to put them in open harmony, just because otherwise the chords will start to feel super dense, because of how strings are. They'll feel very thick, and it'll be difficult for an instrument, especially like a low horn, to be heard. Like a flute or like an oboe could definitely easily be heard. A clarinet, but a bassoon, a horn, maybe not so much. Maybe a trumpet or a trombone.
Yeah,
but-
especially during a concerto, I feel like you'd
Yeah,
want to
not a
keep
horn.
things more open so that the soloist comes out more.
So yeah, through 5 groups of instruments, Saint-Saëns is written 3 notes, and they're all open. So the horn easily shines through without being buried under everything. Okay, and then
What are the dynamics at the opening section? Is it?
it's probably forte, yeah, forte
Everything's forte?
marcato, and
Oh,
then
it
it just
goes
moves,
into piano though.
yeah, moves into piano.
Subito, kind of.
It is
I
very
guess.
classically written, I will point out, because the use of like normal dynamics, forte, piano. You'll notice more modern composers will start to use more mezzo dynamics.
That's true. Yeah.
But people of the classical school, they'll write stuff like this. They'll follow the rules. They'll write using simple dynamics like this. A flat major is kind of not really in the classical period that much, because instruments of that time, they weren't that resonant on
Yeah,
these.
it's difficult.
So like
yeah.
with the invention of keys and valves, it became a lot easier to play in strange keys. Right. And
Like
yeah,
90% of classical literature is in either C or D major.
C, D, G major, those like easy keys with like 1 or 2
If they're
sharps and
really the
flats.
composer's feeling rebellious, they might go to A major.
Yeah, maybe C minor if they're being a little wacky.
Ooh.
Just scandalous.
I'm feeling spicy today.
I'm feeling spicy today. I think I'll write an A major. Okay. This is E flat. This is
Beautiful
C
E flat
and
major.
G. So this is a C minor chord.
Oh, but there's a C. Yeah, it's just a C minor.
Yeah. Well, it could
So
still.
minor-
There's no E in this. Wait. E. Yeah. There. Yeah.
Yeah,
This
there
is E minor. No, this is E flat.
I
Sorry.
mean, it's C minor over E. E flat.
Yeah. So interesting. We've moved here from a major dominant to a minor dominant. Of course, this relationship still works. The only difference is literally one. It's literally a 1-note difference.
Then it goes
But
into what?
these both have the same function.
6? Yeah, then I think it goes into the 6. No, that's a B flat, isn't it? B flat
Yeah.
F. Yeah.
Looks like a passing chord.
after
Yeah,
that-
because this chord is like the final chord of the phrase. You see here that the bassoons are like taking over here.
Okay, that makes sense.
This is a bit more decisive, having this E lead into this F, right? So having this E lead into this F is a bit more satisfying. So this chord is in major, but here this is just a passing chord, moving. See how this chord lasts for a whole measure. This one only lasts for half a measure, or not even lasts a third of a measure. So yeah, just a passing
For
chord.
the person in chat asking, this is Morceau du Concert by Camille Saint-Saëns. It's a horn concerto.
And because this is a passing chord, likes drawing circles. Oh, sorry. Because this
Triangles.
yeah, because this is a passing chord, you can kind of get away with some more weirdness, like putting a 5-chord inversion, keeping it in its natural minor state. Why are you like this? Okay, there you go. And this chord is what? D flat, E flat.
That is B-
that's not C. B flat.
D flat.
And
B flat
then-
minor over D flat, I think.
Yeah, B flat, D flat, F. That should be a B flat minor chord. And B flat minor,
It's the first inversion.
yeah, so that should be a 4 chord.
So 1-5-4, very common
That's not right.
progression.
1-5-4. And then this chord here, look at all of those naturals. Beautiful. You guys want to
Oh,
look
boy.
at these naturals? There's a B natural here even. Hold on. B
Is it
natural.
just G major?
Yeah. B natural. D nat. Man, I haven't written a natural in so long. I'm struggling here.
You're drawing them backward, that's why.
Yeah, is it so? Yeah. So this being a G
Yeah,
major
so
chord, right? This would be
Major
a 2
second
chord.
is actually quite common to lead back into the tonic, from what I've seen.
Yeah, because I believe this will be a 5 chord again, because of the C here. Yeah,
See,
and this
there's a
B
B
flat.
flat at the top though. So
This B
it's
flat,
what,
yeah, E.
C,
So
C minor, C major
C,
7, I think.
yeah,
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 C
yeah.
major
So
7.
C, E, and B flats. Again, when you write chords like this, you can kind of omit the G. You can omit the dominants, because if you have notes like these, they'll just kind of, especially because the C is in the bass here, you can just kind of establish easily that this is in fact a dominant chord because of this E here. It just kind of, your mind just kind of fills in the gaps, I guess.
Also, I'd like to point out the contrasting motion. The violins, both violins and the cellos move in all kinds of different places.
Yeah,
Makes
these
it
guys move
interesting to listen
downwards
to.
and these guys move upwards.
And the
Contrary
violin
motion
twos
for the,
go all
again,
over the place.
very theoretical, like literally going by the books here, moving in contrary motion.
Look at the violin twos though too. They're going
Yeah,
all
they
over
go,
the
they go
place.
down. Well, up
They
and
go
down,
up
but
and
like
down.
like that.
Still, it's
So,
interesting motion.
so yeah, contrary motion again. Basically, the wisdom that the classical musicians followed, Beethoven, Brahms, that school of thought. Contrary motion, best motion. Okay. And of course here,
Okay, that's the end of
very
first
predictably
phrase. It
moves
goes
back to
tonic, yeah.
here. Yeah. But then they have F. Look at all those Fs. 5 Fs. They really give an F.
Oh wow, is it just all unison?
No, this is...
That's a C,
yeah.
so it's a what? It's a 5 chord, or no, that's an A. So that's what? Which is a
Wait,
minor
what are you
third. Okay.
what are you looking at?
The violin 2 is an A flat.
Yeah, this is an A flat, so it moves back to 1 here.
A little bit of difference.
So yeah, this is very nothing too
Actually, no, that's
too
literally the
wacky.
exact same as the starting chord, isn't it? Except the cellos have gone up an octave.
Yeah, they're a little bit more powerful now. So let's just recap. So we start here with this is where the horn starts.
Is that
so.
entire those first 4 bars? Is that all in the same key? Do you think?
These?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't see any accidentals, so I imagine so.
Dun 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 dun. It kind of sounds like it's going all over the place.
It's a little hard to tell because these are all unison notes.
Oh, that is true, yeah.
When they start playing chords, it becomes a lot more clear. So, and luckily that's when the horn starts. So I just decided to start here at this point.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so very easy. He doesn't use this 5 chord a whole lot, and just kind of saves it. Also, the general wisdom of the classical composers: no 3 chords. Sad, but there is
using
a
lot of
6
that
chord.
2 chord, isn't he?
Oh no! What happened to my annotations? Come back. No. Okay,
I
whatever.
like barely use the 2 chord. I might probably should use it more. It's actually quite fun to play around with.
I use it literally all the time. Okay, so
I use
yeah.
the 4 chord a lot. If you have
1,
it.
2, 1. This is like a passing chord again. Tension. Why are you selecting? Why can't you just draw? Please just let me draw. Use the pink notes. This is literally Firefox. I'm editing a PDF right now. It's Firefox. You could probably do it in like any browser, Edge, Chrome, whatever. It should have a PDF. I mean, maybe it doesn't. I feel like Edge would, and Safari. I don't know about Chrome. Okay, but yeah, 1, 2, 1 in passing, building tension here. This 6 here is a subdominant chord. So is this 2, and then this 5 is a dominant chord, immediately leading into the release chord here of 1. So it's very, easy. Whoops. Please let me draw, thank you. No, Firefox, please. What the heck is it called? The perfect... No. It's not a perfect cadence. Is it a perfect cadence?
2-5-1?
The 5-1.
No, that's 4-5-1, isn't
Authentic, that's the word I'm looking for.
Authentic, yeah.
Authentic. I can't write. Authentic. There you go. And then the same thing here.
Very, very classical sounding
Oh
chord.
yeah. Again, because the unison strings, that's very classical. The open strings also very classical. The use of these extreme dynamics instead of like the middling ones. just piano and forte. You'll notice like in a lot of Bach scores and a lot of Beethoven scores, they'll only, maybe Beethoven will throw in a mezzo forte in some places, but usually they'll just use forte and piano. Like those are the only two dynamics they really care about.
Shirgi's cursive is the equivalent of trying to read Russian cursive.
Oh, you guys want to see more of my cursive? You don't.
Are we still on that topic?
No, get out of here. So yeah. I also want to point out this chord is a subdominant chord. Oh, how am I going to write this? Hold on.
Interesting.
Hold on. I turned my drawing tablet sideways. Subdominant. This is not going to work. What? For some reason it's selecting stuff instead of letting me just draw on it. I don't like that it's selecting it. Please just let me draw over this. Stop. Okay, whatever. I'll just tell you verbally. This is a subdominant chord. Why is this a subdominant chord even though it's a 6 chord? Because the 6 chord shares 2 notes with the subdominant chord 4. So 6 shares 2 notes with 4 because 6 is literally a third away from 4. So they share 2 notes. Therefore, this is functionally subdominant. So this isn't like a deceptive cadence or whatever. It's just a normal subdominant chord. And this 2-5-1, I think you can call this a secondary dominant. Again, that's not how I think about it, but like I think it's a terminology everyone knows. So this is a secondary dominant here. Okay, so we're moving again from 1 to I think this is a 2 chord again. Again, I don't know why it won't let me draw it. 2. See, I can't write in this. It's gonna select it. That's not what I want. Firefox, please.
This is Morceau de Concert by Camille Saint-Saëns.
That is what it is. You're right.
Yeah. The interesting about this piece is actually not the opening. It's like literally everything else, though, because it gets pretty interesting after this. You expect it to kind of go back to that main theme, like with like a rondo kind of feel to it, but it doesn't. Or ternary.
This theme kind of goes for a while. Let's move on.
It goes for like a third of the piece.
It goes for a third of the piece.
I think about a third of it.
Can we skip around a little bit?
It's weird though, because you expect it to like
a key change,
come back in the end, but it doesn't.
Where's the key change? I'm looking at the key signatures. Ooh, I see. I bet this is D minor. Look at that alto clef. It looks like a pincers of a crab. Where does it change here? It changes here. Let's at least try analyzing this key change before we hear it. Just so we can kind of understand what's going on.
Big 4 chords. Love to see that.
Yeah, wait, what the... What is that?
Oh, that's a fun one.
Oh, yikes. You know...
I think this whole section is still in F minor.
Yeah, because
but it's going into D minor. Which is a very...
I'm sure if we look at how this works, because this is just a 5 chord. I can see that immediately.
Into the D minor? Is it a 5 into the D minor?
Well, let's mark here this is a C major chord.
Let's start at the beginning.
A C major chord, and this moves into a what chord? If I could zoom, thank you. Okay.
Oh, 2-2?
2-2, wait.
Now we're speaking my language.
Wait a second. Wait, did I... Oh, I moved the page a bit too far. Dang it. It goes here to here. I don't know why I was... Alright, whatever. Here. F and or D minor. Stop moving! I am... Right, so... Oh, this might be F minor to F major. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, actually.
Yeah, F, A natural this time, A natural.
Should we listen to this part?
Yeah, if you can find it. This is 1 chord, and F major.
I get told. No, I'm not listening to Romeo and Juliet.
So if we look back here at the score,
Bing.
It moves from C major to F major, so it just moves to the parallel major. Because Saint-Saëns was feeling a bit lazy, and I don't blame him. There's a very easy way to modulate if you're getting stuck. Just move to the other one. It ain't that hard. There you go, beautiful. And lots of funky stuff happening here. Look at those tremolos.
I don't wait. What?
Any other modulations? Does he do any like strange modulations here? I can't imagine he does, but I'm curious. Hold on, more instruments start appearing at this part here.
I think fortissimo chord.
And I wish I could see it. Please, please let me see it. Firefox, stop being dumb, eh? How has he orchestrated this, for example? I want to see. Man, look at those flutes. Oh my gosh.
Oh boy.
They're really biting it. That's not D, this is F.
Okay, interesting. Cool motion in the horns.
Wait, weren't the clarinets in a different key signature before? Why are they in the same one now? Oh, whatever.
Well, clearly, Saint Saëns did an instrument change in like the late 1800s.
Did he
clearly.
change to a clarinet in C?
Clearly, he went into MuseScore's text palette and clicked change instrument.
Yeah, wait, look here. These are different, right? And then
That is actually interesting.
Why are they
There
the
actually
same
might
now?
be.
Is this a mistake?
Or whoever transcribed this,
This is different.
whoever transcribed this got lazy.
This is different here.
Is that clarinet?
Yeah, wait, am I getting this wrong?
I don't think that's clarinet.
Where am I looking? Here. Yeah, wait, here.
That's cornet. Oh no.
No, these
yeah,
are
that
clarinets. But they're in the same key signature now. What happened? They're different here. What? Is that just
It might
mistake?
be a mistake.
Yeah,
I think it's a
I'm just
mistake.
gonna call that a mistake. I mean, it makes sense that this is a mistake, so that this would be A and C, right? And
Yeah.
this would be F and A. Let me write it a bit smaller.
Beautiful. F minor.
F
You'll
and
love
A.
to see it. Or F
and
major,
A.
sorry.
Oh, that's a
don't
lot of
like-
ledger lines. C, E, G, A, C. Man, that's like that. Look at that C. That's so high. And then there's some baseline stuff going on here. Also notice.
What's going on down there?
Yeah, wait. I want
C sharp.
y'all to pay attention here. These guys are all playing in octaves.
It's all unison.
Yeah, octaves. This is another thing that classical composers really like to do a lot. You'll see this in Mozart, especially Beethoven too. The woodwinds and all the brasses, he doesn't really use a whole lot of brass here except the horn. But typically in the classical style, the winds will all play like a chord, right? Why did this note go away? The winds will all play a chord while the strings play in unison. That's just the technique they use a lot. So I feel like I still have my demonstration of this somewhere. If I just open MuseScore, you know my thing where I show the chords. I don't know if I have that here. Might need to find it. I really want to show it.
Okay, I did. Okay.
I really want to show this because this is kind of important.
Sure.
If I could find the MuseScore project. I'm opening my external drive right now, but it's really struggling to open. Projects, MuseScore. Here. This one probably. There you go. Okay. So this is my sheet that I compiled.
Oh,
These are-
yep, you've shown me this before.
Yeah, this one. This is how different composers orchestrated the same chord. I believe this is all G major. Yeah. So you'll notice here Beethoven and Mozart. The way that Mozart orchestrated this chord G, 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 D, B, G. So these chords are A, playing an open harmony, and also it's mostly just one note. Here in Beethoven, I believe these are all just G. Yeah.
I think it's
So
like, yeah, the very royal sound. to it.
G, and then yes, and
Especially
then
with the horns.
and
Oh,
then
look at
the
that horn
winds
chord.
fill in. Yeah, I know, right? And then the winds fill in the rest of the gaps. So it's a very Beethoven-like chord. You'll see here as we get to more and more modern composers that they start to fill in the gaps using the strings a lot more. So like Schumann here, he uses a lot more notes in like a lot more thirds here. You'll see he has B here and B here and B here. Especially Mahler, which I've just named Mahler because he hits his own sound. The strings are super dense here, right? Still in open harmony. Notice, like, you'll notice here they're still all in open harmony, the strings, but Mahler basically fills in the whole chord in the alto parts. Yeah, and also he also fills in the just look at it. Just look at it. Look at how many notes he has written down.
This symphony like 3 hours long. Any of the other ones?
He's
Mahler
like
one?
he reinvented the pipe organ is what he did.
How
I
long
think
is
maybe
Mahler
he
one?
just wanted to write for organ. Maybe he was too scared. So yeah, anyway, the point being that it's a very classical thing to write unison notes in the strings and then fill in everything else using these.
You know, I feel like I should listen to more Mahler. The one
I've listened to
composer
him.
I haven't really listened to much of.
Yeah, me neither. But I
Stuff
imagine
is so long.
it'll sound very big. You know, he orchestrated Beethoven's 9, but everyone hated him for
Everyone
it.
hated it, right?
Everyone hated it. He's like, how dare you touch Beethoven? He's the greatest composer ever. You can't touch Beethoven. His music is untouchable. But, you know. I haven't actually listened to it, but I'm sure Beethoven would have liked it because Beethoven likes having lots of instruments. Simulating an organ as 11th Symphony. You know, I'm pretty sure Shostakovich could have asked for an organ if he really wanted one. Pipe organ is a great sound. I really want to work with more pipe organ, especially because of the piece that I pulled up that I want to look at.
Pipe organ is so much fun.
It features
I've
a pipe
written
organ
once
pretty
for it.
pretty nicely.
I've written for pipe organ only once, and it was very fun because you could just kind of be all over the place and loud, and you could make super crunchy chords, and it sounds great.
In my opinion, it's kind of like a continuo instrument, but like in the modern age. So you know, it plays the bass, it plays chords. It just kind of fills and gives a nice, grand and a bit thicker tone to your organ. It's like a nice broth. It's very thick and rich, even though on its own, like it still sounds nice on its own, but it's made even better. It's the it's like I said, it's my food analogy. It's like the soup that's carrying everything. And it's very nice. I love pipe organ. I just need a pipe organ sound complete with all the pedals. I would like lots of pedals.
You ever been to a concert hall that has a pipe organ built into it? That's like
Well, no, but I've been to a church.
that too. Yeah, you can especially when you're on stage with a pipe organ, you can like feel it in your feet, and it's wild.
Yeah, if you go to like a large cathedral, if they're playing music during mass, which they are, maybe not always with the organ though. It'll be very loud because they need to reach the seats in the back, right? So gotta be careful. Okay. Does Saint Swans do any other funky key changes here? Oh, this is just Finn. I see that's the end. So he doesn't even end in... Okay, so he doesn't end in F minor, which is the key the piece started in. He ends in F major.
No, I think he ends in F
relative.
major, I believe.
Yeah, the parallel major. So I imagine that's because he wants it to feel more complete by ending in a major key. That's my guess. Here. We'll continue listening to it and we'll see if we hear anything of interest. You can tell me if you want to pause it.
Sure.
Right, let's start from the beginning.
It's fun.
This is very excellent horn playing too, yeah.
Yeah, it's the best horn player who ever lived, in my opinion.
He has excellent phrasing.
He only died a couple of years ago, I think.
Damn. Okay, imitation. Nothing too complicated. Hey, wait a second, that was a different chord. This might be a 6th chord because I hear the majorness in it. If I could zoom, zoom, please zoom.
It feels like it leads into that major 3 above it.
Maybe.
Or is
I
that
don't see an accidental,
yeah, the major
so
above
it's still a diatonic chord, right?
Yeah.
So let's start again here.
So what? It goes up to an A minor chord or A flat major chord, I guess.
1 is probably
Modulate
2 again because it's the same for a while, and then I believe we decided this is a 1/6, and then yeah, this is a D flat, D flat, D flat. Hard to tell. This would be a B flat. This would also be a B flat. So D and B flats, and this is a what, an A flat. What about the notes here? G, A, B flat, C. Let me rewind this. Right, so it's right here that it starts to get a little difference. So yeah, G, G, and E flat. So it's E flat and G part here. Probably reinforced by this B flat here. So G flat, or sorry, not G flat, G flat, B flat, and E flat. If we were to move this E flat back here, that's an E flat. So yeah, that would be a flat 7 chord, which is a diatonic chord, I believe. If I pull this up again, if you look at the natural minor here, flat 7 is in fact part of the natural minor. So, yippee, easy peasy. And if this were in harmonic minor strictly, then it would be different. But because it's in natural minor,
yeah, that is true, isn't it?
And this relationship still works. Oh yeah, what does it resolve to?
C, A flat. Yeah, that is just the major third, isn't it? A resolve to.
What do you? Oh,
that
this
is
one
an
here.
Interesting resolution to make. Yeah.
Yeah. C, A, E, E flat.
So yeah, that is just it's what, A flat over A flat over C, so A flat 6.
Oh yeah, A flat. Sorry. A flat, C, E flat. So that is a.
It's just a yeah.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be a flat third, but.
Or, well, yeah, it's not. Okay, so technically, it is, but in this context, it's not, because.
Yeah.
Technically, in F minor, it wouldn't be a flat, but if we consider it like from an absolute standpoint, like the keys on the keyboard, then it would be flat, and this also wouldn't be flat technically. I'll just write it for me because this is how I understand it, but like it was optional. I'll write very dumb parentheses around this. Okay, but I can tell you right now why this works. I can see just by looking at it.
And that's just what? That's just a E flat, so.
Yeah, because this is a release chord.
So major 7. Okay.
This tension is release, but it's acting as a tension chord because of this inversion here. This is a dominant chord, so it's a tension chord. Dominant. The 7th chord is a dominant chord, and this is a tonic chord. 3 is a tonic chord. So this is just an authentic cadence in disguise. Where did all of my notes go? Bring them back. What happened? Whatever, I'll write it again. Dominant. And this is tonic. Okay. And this would be an authentic-ish cadence. That's why this works. And it's not technically modulating. You'll see there are no accidentals. These are
it's an
all
implied
diatonic chords.
It sounds like it modulates, but it really doesn't.
Yeah. And hey, 3 chord. guys, 3-chord.
It's
This
a 3-chord.
big. This is big. You know how rare these are. We haven't seen these in ages. I think it's because it's in a minor key though that it sounds a bit.
Yeah, in the minor key, it's a little more common.
In a minor key, it sounds a little nicer. Okay, back to the string part. Okay. There's definitely a modulation happening here.
Definitely that call and response happening.
Yeah. So here, since this is a E flat? No, not E flat. Or yes, E flat major. I guess we might assume that this is either E flat major or perhaps A flat major. Yeah, this might be A flat. Yeah, because I'm seeing. No, sorry. E flat. Okay, let's take note here. First, we have a B natural now. The B is naturalized. And this is D, so D is naturalized. B natural. Natural. This is still. Wait. No, this is not B, sorry, this is bass clef. I thought this was like a flute or something. Dang it. That's very different. This is D natural. And I was like, because this is a B flat, right? So D natural here. We just got rid of the D, so now we just have 3. So yeah, this might be E flats, major. Actually, but there's this
major.
there's this A natural here. I mean, that's just my guess. I mean, he does
it's a courtesy accent. No, okay.
Man, I need to stop doing undos here because there's no erase tool because I'm just using Firefox for this. It's not that advanced.
Oh, is that a tritone I see?
No, where is that?
The second measure on this page, beat 1. You got A in the bass and E flat in the violins.
Yeah, E flats.
Ooh, feeling. If Saint Sans was feeling spicy earlier, he's like on like a. He's going to like a level 2 spiciness now. When was this piece written?
Oh, that's not B, that's A. And this is written in the late 1800s, I believe, right?
De concert.
A. And yeah, this is C.
Oh, that's interesting. This piece was dedicated because it was written for a newly developed kind of French horn. That's interesting.
Yeah, probably the horn in C. So if we were to call this E flat major, this would technically be a 1 chord. And then this would be a diminished 4 chord?
Oh no, this piece written 1887. Okay.
A flats or E flats, diminished 4, sharp diminished 4 because of the raised A. Wait, no, because of the
chord is this?
Wait, what? Wait. I think this E flat is actually just a passing tone to move here to this
to
this D flat.
That's even weirder though, isn't it?
A D flats.
A D flat.
D? C E G. That's not G, is it? No, A C. This is E. This is E flat, and this also moves to D flat. So A D flat. Oh, if it was A and E flat, this note here is. Yeah, this is just C. But this is right after this, so it could be D flat moving to C.
D flat.
So if I had to say, because this is E flat major, E flat, F, G, A flat, B flat, C, D, E flat. So because A flat is part of the E flat major, because we can get rid of these here, just to show. Because we've quote unquote modulated because of these D naturals here. I think this would technically be because you have raised the A by 1/2 step, you will have sharpened the 4th chord, right? And it will be diminished because of this B flat. And this, like we said earlier, is a Lydian chord. So this is literally just, it is actually just
That's actually really
E
interesting.
flat. This is just the 4 chord, but you have raised this. So, you know, it's technically they cancel, but like this is a sharp A flat.
Oh, it's just an A diminished.
So you these 2 notes stay the same. This will be moved up by 1.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Very interesting, actually.
So you can just kind of pretend this is a funky looking 4 chord. And then we'll move into whatever happens here. Yeah, let's go back to that nice modulation-ish.
We're at the top of the page now. Ooh, interesting.
I really like that. That's a beautiful. What's this? G flat? Please tell me that's G flat. There's G flat here, G flat. Even though there's
Very
A flat
simple.
here.
The chords too. It's just A flats and C's in the bottom.
Yeah, so you can see immediately this is a 7th chord, right?
Yeah.
A flat, C, and then an implied E flat, and then G flat.
And G flat, yeah.
So yeah, this
the
would
third.
just be.
The 3 is back.
Yeah, 3 is back.
3 is on fire. I guess it's a minor chord though. It's a minor, you know what I mean. So it's a little bit. It's not as.
So we could say here that what was I gonna say? Yeah, notice here that the D isn't being naturalized anymore. It's D flat again. So we kind of move back here. So yeah, you could say this is in fact this chord here. It's right above here. This is a 3, but 7th chord. So
The chord is really
technically
nice
flattened. You don't really need to care about that though. And what's the chord that happens right before it? This is viola, so this is A flat.
I think both those measures are the same chord.
Oh, are they the same? Okay.
I think they're both the same.
And so this
I
is
think
the
only the horn change.
yeah. And then this also looks the same. No, this has a D flat. D flat, B flat, and A flat here. So this is probably another 7th chord. Or no, scratch that. Because these are what the heck are they called? Like the not leading tones, like appoggiatura or something. Forgot what the term is.
Oh jeez, what are they called?
Yeah. Acciatura. I feel like it's a bit. I
think that's right.
Is it acciatura?
I think it's Akitura, yeah.
Acciatura.
Asatra?
It's probably not a Sashura. Yeah. So wait, if this is A flat and C, this is also the same chord. Dang. I think it's a. I feel like it's a pog. You know what? I feel like there's a difference between all the grace notes. Appoggiatura. That's not how you spell it. Appoggiatura.
Appoggiatura.
Appoggiatura. Is it called a? Yeah, there you go. It is like this.
Yeah, okay.
Yay, double appoggiatura. Oh, wow.
Fancy.
I mean, you can kind of play. See, when you see these, people have very different interpretations of how to play this. Like some of them will play it on the beat, some of them will play it slightly before, some of them will play it kind of during. It's a whole deal, and people will mark you off. They'll make mean comments about you if you play their appoggiaturas the wrong way. Hey, hold on. I'm going back a little bit. I need to zoom out. Zoom.
Bing.
Nice G flats.
It resolves very nicely. That next chord.
Nice syncopation there.
Oh, what's going on here?
Okay, and then move back to the theme.
Let's look at that lead in.
Yeah.
Some interesting stuff going on there.
Yeah, I'm seeing, of course, the E natural. Please let me select the pen. Thank you. These E naturals here make me think.
E natural. Then there's the F sharp.
Yeah, F sharp.
Interesting. F sharp. There's also a C below that. Oh, that's another tritone. Love to see that.
Sharp. C is G and C. Right, that's C, right?
Yeah, it is.
And this, what clef is this? Oh, this is the horn. Sorry. And it's also playing an E flat, or sorry, E natural. You guys are playing, what are you, bassoons? So this is a C, and this is also a C. Okay, so we have a C,
Sharp.
E natural, and then we have G
in there
here,
as well.
and we have F sharp.
Oh, it's just the C major suspended sharp 4.
We've got all suspended up. C, E,
No, what
G, F sharp. The F sharp's only in the clarinet, by the way. So wait, this is not an F sharp at all. Never mind. We're idiots.
Wait, yeah.
Dang it. I can't believe I missed that.
Oh my god. You know, that's probably a E natural. Yeah, because clarinets are tuned into B flat, so it's a whole step off. Yeah, that's an E natural. Okay.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. So this is just a 5 chord.
Okay, that's a C major. We were overthinking it. It's literally the easiest chord.
Yeah, but also notice here that the E only becomes sharpened at this point here in the lead-in. So you can see here this is E flat and then there's Z natural. So therefore this is a 5 chord, is a major 5 chord.
Something going on in the violence too, which could be interesting.
Major. And this is minor 5. Oh my god. Minor 5.
That's a fun progression. Actually, I really like that.
Yeah. I'm building the tension here. Which one? This one?
Look at that violin part too. It's actually quite interesting.
Yeah, wait, what the heck? This B flat here, definitely part of the C minor chord.
So it'd be a C minor 7?
E natural. Again, B flat. Yeah, so these guys are just kind of dotting around notes on the C minor chord or C major chord. Well, no, except for these D naturals.
Would it be a C minor 9?
Yeah, but this is the only time they play the D. Otherwise, they play B flat, G, C, and B flat.
Yeah, that is true.
So yeah, and they're not even on the beat. So these are just passing tones. They do happen here too. There is also this very interesting F sharp that happens here. Why is there F sharp here? This is C and a C, and this is.
An F.
Why am I blanking? Why am I playing this F? F. I literally just called out the note, but for some reason I couldn't think of it. F.
I wonder what note an F is.
What note is F, guys? Leave a comment below if you know what F is. This is A flat. A flat again. And then this F sharp happens here with the addition of the D natural. I shall write that down.
Oh, that's okay.
So then the chord will be C,
C major,
F sharp,
C.
and D, which is that is just a D natural, F sharp,
D,
A, and
dominant?
C. So that's just in the key of F sharp, that should be a 6. Whoopsies. That should just be a 6 major or 7th chord. Right, because yeah, so this is just a subdominant chord leading into these dominant chords here. So that's a half cadence. So easy peasy.
Nice.
Next page, VCals et QCB. You're right, it is the VCals. Or actually,
Yeah,
it's not even VCals, it's just vels. I can't even zoom. I'm gonna get another PDF reader that's not Firefox. This sucks.
Ping.
Ping. You like my ping sounds?
It's a very fun sound. Well, now you're kind of overdoing it.
Yeah. Every time I open menus, there are also pings. I like sounds.
It's not as satisfying as a ping, though.
Yeah, but once you click on one of these, they do. So if I select all, it'll make a
Ping.
sound. Ping. Okay, continue.
And then it just goes into F minor. Just the team at the top. It's actually quite interesting right here.
Okay, back to the normal
Notice how the
theme.
strings resolve differently.
Okay, let's stop there. I'm gonna mark our
Notice how the
points.
strings, it's the same as before, except when they reach that peak note at the very top of when they're walking up the scale, the bottom notes resolve slightly differently and extends the phrase a little bit than what you'd expect from before. Dun 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 dun. Yeah, before it went right back. Remember, it went into the major third. Yeah. Here it goes, I think minor second. I think no. It's very interesting. It's quite a neat effect though, because it extends the phrase, but also, you know.
Oh yeah, you can just change the chord to be how you want.
Expectations a little.
And so yeah, I imagine this is a G. Oh, what note is that? Why am I playing this? B.
It's a B flat.
E natural here.
Ooh, fun. Is that an E diminished, I see?
Oh, don't get your hopes up. E natural, what the heck is going on over here?
That's just those are those E's.
E natural.
E's and B flats.
E's and B flats and stuff, okay.
E diminished in my F minor? Oh, what the fuck is that?
What?
Sorry, there's something crawling on my wall. I just killed it.
Sure. So yeah, in the key of F minor, this would be
How did it get in?
Oh wait, no, this is just a seventh chord. This is a seventh chord, because remember before we had a flat seven chord? That's because of that was the natural minor. Now since this is harmonic minor, the seventh is raised, which is E. So the E is raised. And then these two notes are still diatonic, right? So this is just a diminished seventh chord here.
Okay, I cleaned off my wall.
Gosh, you. And imagine it resolves to...
Highly recommend everybody watching keep a washcloth or something like that near you at all times.
Okay, that chord's definitely different. So there's tension here. This moves to, what is this? A natural. Man, if only I could write my naturals. And also my words.
A natural F, C. That's just an F minor.
Or F minor or F major? So F major?
Yeah. Or no, F major, yeah.
Major, which is just the one chord here. What happened to my writing? Oh my gosh. I should have used a different program. I'm like, oh, Firefox is a PDF writer. This will be perfect. It was unbelievable. Okay.
I wonder if you could open like Krita or something like that for future reference.
So yeah, so this 7-1 here, this would be a kind of authentic cadence. It's a, yeah. You could replace it with a 5-1. But since it's in major now, everything's so different.
Interesting resolution, actually.
And it goes back to F minor, yeah. Okay. So first I want to look at the way he's orchestrated these bits here.
does.
Again, very classical sounding, so let's see how he did it. And trombone, whoa. Hello. You, my worst enemy.
Tenor clef, my favorite.
I mean, I can read the tenor clef, but I don't like it. And so you guys are playing in octaves. Hold on, let me mark
that
here.
Is that octaves?
Yeah, this is A and A.
Oh, wrong? Yeah, okay, sorry. I was reading the clef wrong.
Yeah. So mark here, octaves. Yeah, lots of octaves going on here, so you're also in octaves.
Like classical, yep.
Yeah. More modern writers will like fill in the middles. But tenor clef is like reading clarinet music kinda. I mean I guess. Yeah, no, yes. I'm gonna agree with you on that one because I like chaos. Yeah, as usual, the basses are playing the octaves, the trombones and bassoons, which by the way, are more similar in tone quality than you might think. Trombones and bassoons, you'll notice they're playing the exact same notes.
Yep.
So the trombones and bassoons blend well together. Bassoon and horn also blends well together. So there's that. Horn kind of blends well with everything, but especially bassoon. And then clarinets here. These are playing in sixths. And you guys are playing in thirds. Thirds. And you guys are playing in sixths too. Okay. So the oboes are playing in thirds. The flutes are playing in sixths. If I had to guess, this is because flutes have, they have a more airy quality to them. And so when you put them together, they don't sound as smooth. Oboes, of course, sound very smooth, so they sound nicer when they're closer together. But flutes, since they're so open and airy, they sound nicer when they're a bit further apart.
Interesting.
That would be my guess, especially because they're so high in the register.
I haven't thought about it like that.
Yeah, since the flutes are so high in the register, it might get a bit. You probably won't be able to discern the two flutes' voices very well because they're so high up. So putting them further apart would probably make them more distinct.
Oh, could you scroll down a little bit to look at the strings in this section?
Yeah,
Okay, that's what I thought.
You're moving in contrary motion here with the bass.
Contrary motion, and they're also a little bit closer together, if you notice.
Oh, it's getting closer together. So, are you guys playing in octaves? No, you're not. You're playing in sixths. Here. Hold on, let me move this a bit further. These are sixths. This is what? This is octaves with this. Which I guess makes this an octave. Or, no. Thirds. Right.
Ooh.
So, and then this here is an octave. So it's basically it's like chords of sixths. And then the bass moves up. So too trombones, so yeah. Violoncellos and contrabasses, trombones, bassoons, they're moving up because they're the bass instruments, and then the other guys are moving down because they're the higher instruments, the soprano, altos. Let me make notes here. And moving contrary motion, again, extremely classical of you to do something like that. Motion.
There is something interesting going on in the trombones, which I'd like to point out here once it resolves into the F minor. Yeah.
What? My notes.
It's pretty simple motion, but it's interesting nonetheless.
Say more.
A flat. Da, da. Okay, that's just tritone into a minor third. Just to resolve that nice even more.
Man, that was the weakest accent I've ever heard in my life, but sure. What was that? I thought it was going to be more decisive. I guess it's not Beethoven we're playing. If it was Beethoven, it would be...
It's also because it immediately goes into a very soloistic section after that in the horns.
Ah, I see. Okay.
So it probably doesn't want to resolve it too much.
Not too resolved. Dang. Okay, well there's
Yeah, 'cause
that.
if you resolve it too much, then it sounds like, oh, that's that. Where did the horn come from? Whoa, what's going on? It's like an earthquake is happening.
Nice. These guys are pretty far apart too, I'd like to point out. They're pretty, so that the basses and the higher parts, they're very far apart here, like over an octave apart at this range. So very cool. Okay, so just to recap his orchestration here, he keeps it very simple. Man, if I could zoom in, that would be nice.
Ping.
Thank you. Ping. Oh no, where am I? It just teleported me away. Oh, I'm on the other one.
You're on the opposite page, I think.
This program sucks. Okay. So, yeah, the flutes and the clarinets are playing wide open together. The clarinet and the oboe have kind of similar tone qualities when they're this high up in their soprano ranges. So I imagine here, because the oboes have a more distinct quality than the clarinets, he put them like this, maybe so they sound smoother, because oboes have a smoother sound, so they sound nicer when they're close together. And the clarinets, they're just kind of filling in the gaps of the oboes, and the flutes, they're filling in the high notes. They're spaced further apart, I guess, because they're very high up. They're in the extremes of the flute range here. Not the extremes, but they're pretty high. High parts of the flute range. So you could better hear the flutes together if they were a bit further apart. I guess that's my theory. But of course, like, who even needs theory anyway? Is in unison with oboe 1 and oboe 2 is unison with clarinet 1. It just takes a string melody and orchestrates the winds by their typical range. Yeah. It's just like the spacing of the winds that I wanted to mention. Because of course you can write them in any order, including the natural order, but
This section here is also kind of a, what's the word, the fall off of the string feature, like just the measure before. So it's probably just using the winds as,
yeah, look at
there's
that.
probably some
Look
color.
at that 3-note chord.
Ooh, I love double.
Some flutes can go up to really high D. I don't need a flute like that.
Gonna go up to like D9.
Okay, variation here.
Look at me being a responsible person and drinking water.
Sure.
You should drink some water. It's good for you. Wonderful.
This sounds like it'd be really hard to play.
On horn?
Yeah.
Back into another string feature.
Okay, recall the first theme.
It's actually the second one. It's the exact same. Probably
Yeah.
the same resolution.
Very classical.
Yep.
Waiting for the solo.
Was that a repeat, actually? Or is that literally... Is that a whole new section? No, that was a whole new section. Okay, interesting.
Yeah, it does sound like the same chord progression again. Yeah, he's just variating the melody.
Yeah, this is just development and all that. Ooh, that's nice. Yep, same thing again.
Yeah. Oh wait, there's an adagio section. I want to hear this. See if anything funky happens.
This is the exact same. Ooh. That bassoon's a nice touch.
Is this? Yeah, I think this might be A flat major, the relative key, because of this A here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Having
So
an adagio section and a minor key would be a little bit odd anyway, especially if
I
the
mean, yeah,
booking is in
in
minor.
classical style, yeah, it will be in a major key if the start one's in minor. So yippee. So let's see how he
That
does this
lead up
modulation. I
into it
mean,
is
it's the
quite
relative
interesting.
minor, so the modulation shouldn't be too difficult. But I'll just write it down.
Look at those first three. Let's take a look at those first three chords in this page because it modulates quite interestingly there, and then it just goes into was that D, just D major into A major, I guess. A flat major? No,
Oh
B
my
flat. Maybe?
notes.
What am I saying?
What are you saying?
So it's interesting, regardless.
Yeah. So E flat here, E flat, A natural. There's also A natural, C.
Oh, that's super simple. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. So this is the chord we
I'm
came
looking up.
across before, right? F, A. Wait,
Which one are you looking at?
this chord here. Because yeah, A natural, C, E flat. That would make this a sharp 3 chord, I believe. And so this would be a sharp 3 chord. Yeah. And then this here is D flat, D flat. What's happening
Nice
to my
downward
notes?
motion through this entire section in the double bass.
Is B flat.
F.
Why am I losing my mind here? I yeah. So
B
B.
flat major. Okay.
Yeah. Or B flat minor.
And I think the next chord is, I think, B flat major 7, I think.
Yeah. So 1, 3, 4, and then
I think that's
this is the
B
same
flat
chord.
major 7.
Yeah, and
Next
then
one
this
is
here is a D natural
just
natural.
all D's in the strings, and then it gets
Yeah.
interesting in the winds because the winds kind of take over that into the lead.
Yeah. And then they dim. This is D.
Oh no! It's B diminished, isn't it? B diminished 7 leads into A flat major. Oh, that's lovely, actually.
Yeah. So, what are you playing? You're playing C flat. Playing a C flat. Oh, wait, what?
C flat because the next note is a B flat. It's,
The note here is playing D though. So it'd be a what?
B diminished, I think.
It'd be a 6 chord.
Wait, no, because there's a G. No, it's the clarinets again. Oh,
Yeah.
I looked at the clarinets like, oh no, there's a G in there though. No, clarinet.
No, that's incorrect. You dum. Is this chord in any of the? It is technically a Dorian chord, for your information.
Fun.
Technically.
Very fun.
But yeah, and then it moves to this lovely E here. Let's write it out. E flats. This is E flats. This is what? E flats. B flats. And there's G here.
This is Saint Saëns. This is Saint Saëns. Still French.
Still French, unfortunately. I mean, what? So this is
Saint Saëns is the way Saint Saëns writes though is like so extremely French though. So
yeah,
I don't play
I'm not gonna get anything from you there. Yeah, so technically this is a flat 7 chord. Technically. But it is also a 5 chord in this key, which is A flat major. Which is
so 4-5-1. Super simple.
That's how we resolve this. Oh my god. Major. I'm losing my marbles. Yay.
I must say, I'm a big fan of the bassoon into the adagio section. That's na na na. Very nice.
Look at that spacing there. I think I went a bit too far back. Okay. Yeah, A flat major, nice and simple.
Still in A flat.
Mm-hmm. He finally writes to VZ after writing quadruple stops.
Lovely, lovely playing.
Whoa, look at that triple pianissimo. Saint Saëns remembers he's in the romantic period finally.
Sous Boucher. Can we get a French speaker in chat to translate that? Sous Boucher. Actually, what am I saying? I can translate it myself.
Okay. So again, super
Means
simple
under
orchestration
mouth.
happened here. What was that?
That does not seem correct.
What did you get?
The sous bouche, it means like under mouth, according to Google Translate. Or I assume it means like underneath the strings, which does make sense.
I mean, it's probably a
see
horn
that.
technique that I don't know about, which I wouldn't put it past me
Mouth
not knowing
sounds.
things. It's
Music.
shove the horn
notation.
into your mouth. Now play.
Is that a horn thing? Vocalizations used to imitate instrumental sound.
That doesn't sound right.
What does that mean? Is it multiphonics? That's sick.
I don't think so. Wait, hold on. Let me hear it again.
Technique where singers or musicians use their voice. No, that's not right. No way that's right.
It sounds like a muted horn a little bit.
I think it's a mute. Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds muted.
Oh, it's a horn. Okay, I see. It's a horn technique where you move your hand slightly to fully pitch the bell.
Yeah,
okay.
it's yeah. It's because the horn sounds much more muted here. Just listen for it.
I thought that was a trumpet. Wow.
No, that is that's a muted horn. Yeah. Also, the horn has to play in pianissimo, so that's probably why. The horn sounds very different muted though.
I thought that was a muted trumpet. Wow.
Yeah. Alright, it starts to get a little weird here. I can anticipate the pages.
Ooh, that's a leap.
Look at that leap. Can muting change the pitch? I think it does. I guess you just have to be a good horn player like this guy to compensate.
And echoing that main theme.
Oh, high notes. Beautiful.
Oh wow, the horn is like completely out of this.
Yeah, I mean he needs a chance to breathe, man. I don't.
After those high notes.
Yeah, those
Bing.
high notes, especially on the.
Ping. Sorry.
Bing. How did he do these chords? These guys are all close together
honestly,
now.
that's very nice. I would totally have expected to instead just have the horn join in on that.
Yeah, wait, why didn't the
no,
horn play in this chord?
Da, 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 da. No, but he actually puts the horn at the bottom of the chord.
Yeah, bow. All the way down here. Let's hear that again.
Yeah, the trombones, bassoons, and bass have cut out there.
Yeah, it's reaching the lower parts of the horn now.
The winds take over.
Okay. Very nice wind section. Oh, look at those fermatas. Okay. All in response again. Okay.
Hi, which piece is this? This is Morceau du Concert by Camille Saint-Saëns. It's a horn concerto. Grand
I was afraid that Saint Saëns wasn't about to resolve that, but he did. Okay. I really thought he was gonna get creative there. Also, look at that 2/2. That's a little gross, but I'll allow it.
Crisp. I love it. Every second of it.
I'm going to eat you.
It is interesting. Was cut time not really like a? What's the difference? There is no difference. Yeah, what's the
there's no
psyche behind using cut time or
kind of no difference. There is a difference, but there's kind of no difference. There's basically no difference. There's a difference. You don't have to worry about it. It basically just means play it faster.
Yeah, double time.
Yeah, double time. Look at those fermatas.
I'm actually curious. I actually don't know the difference.
You don't know the difference between cut time and comma time?
Cut time and 2/2. According to this Reddit thread from 12 years ago,
I can trust them.
Difference.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, the scholars of Reddit, they know their
yeah, the Redditors will definitely have the right option. They know how. I don't think 2/2 and cut time are any different. I think I'm pretty sure cut time literally stands for 2/2.
Apparently, according to Japanese not weed on Reddit.
Yeah. Yeah, Alabreve, there you go. They're the same.
You choose them depending on the type of music.
What is that even supposed to mean?
For certain types of marches, you feel them verse 1-2, 1-2 versus 1-2-3, 1-2.
What?
It's like 6-8 versus 12 or 6-8 versus no, wait, what? That doesn't make any sense. Hold on. No, 3-4 because they're modulate. They're cut up differently. The feel is slightly different. Like 6-8 versus 6-8 versus 3-4. Kind of like that, but it's a little less.
Yeah, I mean, to me they're the same.
I don't know. Pick whichever one you like, I guess.
Yeah, just they look the same to me. I don't know. They do the same thing. They sound the same. It's not like cut time is like different numbers or anything like 6-8 and 3-4. Pretty sure they're the same thing. I guess they use 2/2 more often now because it's more clear. But like I know in like some old sheet music I have from like the Baroque era, they use these C's.
Cut time derives from so they're from different sources. That's why they mean the same thing, but they come from different. Okay.
Mensural or proportional notation.
Oh, that's like medieval notation. Look at that.
Look at those stems. They look like panhandles.
Kind of look like percussion notation. Have you ever seen that?
Yeah, look at these. They're so easy to read.
And we should totally go back to putting pictures in the middle of sheet music. That looks awesome.
Wait, I kind of like this actually. Yeah,
that's kind of cool.
Yeah. I don't know. I can't really make out what these words are, but it does look very nice.
Okay. We should totally go back to doing that. That was kind of cool. I once did a piece a very, very long time ago. A picture of the composer's cat at the top of it.
Picture of the composer's cats?
Yeah, because the piece was about oh god, what was it? Like rescue animals or something like that. And his cat was a rescue. I think that's what it was about.
Mm-hmm. So I'm just checking something.
But yeah, we should definitely go back to putting pictures in music.
Yeah, it'd be so awesome. Definitely not confusing or distracting
or disruptive.
No. All right, where's Hello. You guys see the man in my alt tab? There he is. He's
Just
so
the
fun.
guy.
Look, he's just a picture. It's not even it's not even a video. It's just a picture of him against a white background. It's just like a stock photo.
That's the best recording. I don't know what to tell you.
Oh my gosh, what in tarnation? Okay, well, this is a recapitulation, yeah.
It sounds like a hunting song, kinda.
Yeah, you can feel the cut time.
That sounds sick, actually.
What? Where am I?
Ooh.
What? Did I get transported?
Nice.
Okay. Well, I'm not here to get copy struck by this guy, so I guess I can play all of it. It's just gonna be the
He is not alive, so I don't know who would copy strike you. Ping!
ping. Yeah. Imagine this is
he
just
died
the
in
repetition of the theme. Yeah, just variated. Look at those
What's that
triplets.
say? On repeat passage? Oh, it's in French. Wonder.
Oh, it's in French. Ugh, I hate the taste.
Oh, what's that?
Yuck.
Is that a Osea passage? Hold on, go up.
So what? A sociopath?
Go up. A sociopath? No. There's something in there. Oh yeah, look at that. At rehearsal
incarnation?
10. You have that nice horn passage. Osea. Osea? Osea. Something like that. I
What
don't know
in
how
the
it's pronounced.
world? What is that? Is
Have
it
you
a
never seen that
repeat?
before?
No, I've never seen this.
No, basically, it's if you can't play the one on the bottom, you play the one on the top because it's easier. You see it all on piano music.
You see it in piano. I've never seen it in piano music.
A bunch of list scores have them in them.
Oh well, I guess I haven't played enough Liszt to see this. Did Liszt write it himself, or did the editors go like, "I know you can't play this because you're not Liszt, so here you go."
No, but if the bottom part's too hard, you can play the top one instead. That's how it works.
I mean, yeah. Look at those notes. Oh my goodness, that is a
That
huge
is-
range.
That
Almost,
is fun.
that is massive. Oh my goodness, gravy. Yeah, well, no wonder. Okay. How long have we been doing this thing for? We have been doing it for 2
2
hours. Right. I think I'm dying to show you this.
The other piece.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
This is from Also Sprach Zarathustra, and it's the second movement. And it's my favorite one because it's the most Strauss thing you'll ever hear in your life. So what do you think of Strauss? What do you think? Romantic. He's the most romantic composer I've ever heard, besides maybe Tchaikovsky.
You, or was it somebody else who said I write extremely similar to Strauss?
I think it might have been me.
I think it might have been you as well.
But this is like
Which is weird because I don't
slow
listen to any
sections.
Strauss. Maybe you should listen to more.
Yeah. You don't really like.
Let me
This is
check
one of
my-
his slow sections, which is why I
My
like it.
enormous playlist. Is there any Strauss in here?
I'd also like to point out, look at how he's divided up the score here. Look at all those parts.
Oh, fun! Look at that.
Look at all those divisions.
Oh, is that it's like a weird condensed score.
Yeah, this is like a condensed version of whatever the heck's happening here. I'm
Oh,
not-
yo, I love the orgel.
I think this is actually a pipe organ. Oh, yeah. And also an A flat major, like I said before.
Next time you do one of these and we deconstruct like the chords and all the harmonies and all that, I got a composer to 100%. But that's
Yeah.
gonna take a look at
What's
any
it-
Percy Granger piece. That'll break you.
This comes directly after the
Figure out-
sunrise portion, which is the famous part. But the second movement's so much better. In the context of the song, we're not going to talk about that because we're going to be here forever. There's a string section.
Oh, that's beautiful. Viola feature.
Or I'm going to stop it right there. Isn't that just the most Strauss thing you ever heard in your whole life?
That's gorgeous. That was gorgeous.
I know, and I need to know how he did it. How did he do that?
I think personally, it's because viola is a very underutilized instrument for solo
Yeah,
parts. I've used it before. It's
yeah,
gorgeous. I don't know why people hate it so much. It's
yeah.
so
The
much
viola
fun.
is leading in here. Yeah, can I get my colors, please? Let's do green this
And it's a
time.
duet too, so it has that more sense of longing to it, and it's using so much vibrato.
Yeah, well, you're playing a romantic piece. You better use all the vibrato you got. Why wouldn't it let me change
that
my
is
color?
true, yeah.
Okay, blue. Okay, so yeah, these guys are playing in nice thirds. These are cellos, split into 4 parts. You can see it's a 4-part cellos, which is crazy.
Only one player on top too.
Yeah, well, it's very strange. So yeah, the violins are split into 2 parts. The first violins, and then the violas are split into 2 parts. The cellos are split into 4 parts.
No, actually, I think that top part is double stops.
Chamber music, yeah, yeah. You can hear like in the sound of the recording, it's much more personal. So, but yeah, it is still split into these parts. So it's a beautiful A flat major chord, and the way he's written this is there's a nice fifth in the bottom here. Strauss has filled in the chord. Let me just fill it in here. He's basically filled in the chord this way. Like that. So it's very dense up here in the alto section, which is why it has such a thick sound.
Yeah.
Because like we saw before in the Saint-Saëns that the strings are very far apart. Well, that's because they were backing an orchestra, right? They were backing the winds, they're backing the horns. Now the strings are like, they're the main course. So Strauss can get away with having more dense notes together. Because it's all about the strings now. And look at that. Express. And also, I'd like to point out, look at that. Organ. The organ plays along with the strings the whole time.
Oh, I could barely even hear the organ in that.
Yeah, maybe you could better hear it at the start. Yeah, listen to that beautiful pedal. Can you hear that?
Wait, I can hear it.
I can't hear it.
That.
You can't hear the pedal. Maybe at the end you can hear. Oh,
do not
oops.
have audio at all.
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Ouch. Well, this is also Spraxzarathustra, so. Right? And then the organ, you hear.
Oh, that was so
There you go. You could very clearly hear the organ there.
Jump scare.
I promise the second movement is not that scary. I promise. So yeah, nice dense harmony in the strings is how he reaches that very romantic sound, and lots of vibrato, like you pointed out. The harmony isn't super complex, it's just a tiny bit chromatic that's very Strauss.
Such a
Right.
simple melody, too. Ooh, nice.
Nice suspended chords. Look how many parts of strings there are.
Jeez!
Most of them aren't playing anything, but they do start playing stuff over here. Please let me zoom. Pretty please. I would like to pretty please zoom in, pretty please. Alright, thank you, pretty please. Nice F sharp here. I'm not really interested in the harmony, I'm just interested in the orchestration. So let's point out here. Let's see what he's got going on. So these guys are all playing together. I think these are cellos. Written on the very edge of the page, by the way. You better not spill your tea on this one. It's gonna get
Yeah.
cut off.
Or
I
like
also
the, you
notice
see how it
here-
says, like the numbers.
Even
on the
down
side of
here,
it, like,
there's
or
a
players on each
third.
part.
Yeah. There's a very interesting third down here. There's close harmony even all the way down here in the bottom of the bass clef, which is very strange, actually. That is very strange.
Yeah, that is kind of weird.
That doesn't really happen a whole lot. These violins are playing pretty open, so this is kind of like a reverse harmonic series. Which is kind of weird. How does it sound again? Okay.
Ooh, it wants to resolve.
Please let me zoom out. Okay, I'm gonna be so honest, I kind of lost where we are. I gotta start this over again. Okay. I'm gonna follow the viola line. Right.
God, that melody's so lovely.
I can hear that.
The second movement of how many?
Yeah, I know when you heard that chord there, it was like, even though this is like a normal chord, it felt a little bit dissonant because of this, because of the close notes in the lower portions. You can listen to that again, listen for the cellos.
How many movements is this piece total?
Sorry, what was that?
How many movements is this total?
Oh, it's like several. It's 9 movements, so yeah, it's each of them last like 1 or 2, 3 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's only like 30 minutes long.
Okay.
The organ's still playing along, even though it's kind of hard to hear. Also, the...
Oh wow, really picking up.
I don't know about you, but I can't really hear these guys playing these notes down here.
I was gonna ask about that. What's going on there?
I'm not quite sure, and my thought is that it's supposed to mimic like tremolo strings without being as tense as tremolo strings, to kind of indicate that suspense is building. It's a single movement piece.
Okay.
Fastest famous for his tone poems. Yeah. Technically, it was just kind of split into parts. But
Technically,
movements was just
yeah. I guess
easier
there
to
wasn't
know.
a break between the last two.
Yeah. Okay, wait, hold on. So here. Dissonance here, you can hear those cellos together. It's not a dissonance, but it sounds like one.
You send me a link to this after the stream. I'm gonna add this to my playlist.
What was that?
Can you send me a link to this piece after?
Yeah.
I'm gonna add this to my playlist.
There's so much happening, it's hard for me to keep up with who's the soloist. Okay, here, the pianissimo. I can't really hear the cellos doing their thing.
Yeah, the reed part especially is really dominating.
Sorry, I just had to let that play. That was the prettiest thing I've ever
Oh,
heard in my life.
that is fair. That is beautiful, beautiful.
Okay. And it's all just string. And you could hear very clearly the organ there. I don't know if you could, but I could very clearly hear the organ
Yeah,
playing the
didn't
lower
really
parts.
come through for me.
I guess maybe it's just playing at a quieter stop.
That's fine though.
The thing is, like,
Maybe.
I'm wondering, because I can't really hear what the cellos have going on in these parts here. I'm not quite sure what they're doing. Which is why I was so curious to look at this. Like, I can't hear them.
Yeah, I think I like your idea earlier of it being a tremolo, but like without as much tension. But I think it also builds on the contrary motion because this entire section is just up and up and up and up and up in terms of
Yeah,
pitch.
yeah.
So you have this cello line on the bottom which is going down, and a contrary motion.
This is actually fairly
But at the
simple
same
for
time, I
Strauss.
think it'd
Yeah,
be a lot
yeah.
nicer if it actually came out. Ping!
Ping. Let's go back to where it starts.
Yeah, but it would be a lot nicer if it actually came out a lot.
I mean, they're all playing in the same dynamic, mezzo forte.
I think it's more of a problem with the performance than the piece itself.
Okay, also something I want to mention is that strings in this higher range are kind of notoriously difficult to bring out, but Strauss brings them out a lot here,
Yeah.
and I really want to know how he does that.
I think it's because like every player is a soloist. I think that's the main reason.
Yeah, that is also
personally.
true. But obviously I can... Yeah,
Everyone's doing something unique.
everyone's doing something. Because usually if you score with a full orchestra, like high strings, they're like really difficult to hear. But here they're really easy to hear. Again, because maybe they're soloists, but like still. I'm thinking like, how did he write? Are they like in? It seems like he has. Yeah, most of the players are playing the high notes, and also some of them are supporting the lower bits here.
What are the double basses doing? Are they just holding down the
Yeah,
key?
they're just holding it down, contrabass here.
Okay.
I imagine that's also what the organ's doing. Yeah, the organ pedal you see here. It's kind of just dancing along. And it look,
simple.
and yeah, like I said, the organ just kind of acts as a continuo instrument, playing the pedal notes. Hence why it's the organ pedal. And they're just playing these very simple notes here. They're kind of following the accompaniment here while the violins take over. I would have thought the organ might have been playing the melody alongside it to help. Maybe in this fortissimo part it is.
Some color, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Cerebrates. Cerebrates?
I don't know what that means. These also look like, yeah, are these horns?
For some reason, I want to say
Horns are
very
also-
bright. They're very like brightly.
Maybe. The
I want
horns
to
also joined in here.
I'm not a German speaker. Ooh, that's quite high for once.
I want to hear if the horns join the melody or the harmony. Yeah, the horns are definitely just in the harmony. Yeah, so obviously in this fortissimo part,
Lovely,
how are these violins structured? All of these guys seem to be. Oh yeah, you could. Oh, okay, that makes sense. These guys are all playing together. So what are
Just in
these?
different, yeah.
Yeah, first violins, second violins, and violas, they're all playing together. They're not playing the same thing, though. Well, these guys are. Second violins. First, what is this, viola? Which is, by the way, the viola in the treble clef is crazy. I just like to point that out. But this is also Sprach Zarathustra by Richard Strauss. You know this piece. Trust me, you know this piece. You just don't know the rest of it.
You know, the one part.
Yeah. So viola is only.
God, putting them on 8 parts? That's insane.
Yeah, look
Eight
at that.
violin
Three
parts.
parts, 3 parts. So this is like look at how many
That's
parts there
insane.
are for the strings. It's all strings, so I guess he can kind of afford to fill up the page with strings. And of course Strauss does it very well. But to bring out these, I would have thought
Wonder.
the organ
he a
is joining
violinist?
in here. I see that now. Not too high on viola, especially to some of the stuff Strauss wrote. Yeah,
okay.
but I just think the treble clef is kind of odd. Not too many instruments are dedicated to these high notes. I would have thought Strauss would have put lots of instruments on these high notes here, but he doesn't. Also, look at those ledger lines. He couldn't be bothered to put like an ottava. That's so many ledger lines. That's what it's A, C, E, G, B, C. There's a high C here, and this is an E
I
here.
honestly think that because the entire section is just walking upwards, it might actually be better to have the ledger lines because the players could
Yeah,
just think, "Oh,
yeah.
we're connecting the scale."
Yeah, that makes sense. But like,
That's probably the decision there.
these are very widespread. I would have thought that maybe in order to make the instruments ring out better, you'd want to put them in close harmony, but instead Strauss actually puts them quite open. Oh my gosh. And so these are separated by a sixth, and these guys are separated by, it seems to be, yeah, just a third. Third. So yeah, these guys are spread out pretty far. And how is it? Is it also open in the lower parts? Or it seems that way to me. Or wait, what? In the bass here playing this. These guys are all playing fortissimo, by the way. Like it's not just like the harmonies playing forte and the melodies playing fortissimo. These are guys are all playing fortissimo, which is kind of bold, in my opinion, because I would be afraid that the bass would stand out far too much from the high notes. Of course, that could just be the recording compensating for it, because they are soloists. It's a lot of soloists, by the way. I don't know if you can. How many soloists do you have in your orchestra?
Oh, wow, really?
Just hire every soloist for an encore. Okay. A lot of these notes are just doubled, but I don't. These guys all seem pretty close. These cellos are pretty far apart, and the violas are pretty close together. Okay. The organ is also spaced far apart, interestingly. I imagine that's because since this is like the climax, he didn't want like a Mahler-esque sound with like the dense, thick, and heavy, orchestra sound.
Yeah.
He just wanted something very airy, so everything's written, including the organ, in open harmony. I think if I would have written this would be very much in close harmony, but I guess the open harmony sounds a lot fluffier, in my opinion. And then it gets back to the weird orchestral stuff that he had going on. The piece itself is very weird. This is like the one, like, this one movement is like the part where it sounds the most like romantic, and everything else is just kind of weird. But it is very fun. Okay. That's about all I wanted to look at. But also I want to listen to it again. Screw you.
No, that's beautiful. Go ahead.
There's an ottava here. So yeah, it is violas, second violins, organ, and horns all playing together to create this melody, which I guess is why it's so easily heard. even though it's up in the higher ends.
And literally everyone's on the melody. It's just
Everyone
that,
is playing it.
everyone's on it, and then there's
Even
the
the
bass.
cellos are playing it. It's just the bass and then like some chords that the
pedal,
organ
yeah.
is kind of holding.
And then the lowest horns, yeah.
Mhm. I mean,
That's a
obviously you
very,
can very
very
clearly hear some harmony here because of these guys, but it's kind of subtle compared to what's happening. Okay.
Then the rest
I
of
guess-
it gets kind of.
I'll let you hear that it just kind of goes back to weirdness after this with the contrabass. It goes immediately back to, I think it was A minor or something. The nice thing about the organ you can see here too is I can just hold notes forever. Look how long those are. Nice viola solo. Yeah, and then that's the next part. Okay.
Very nice.
Yeah, this piece is very fun. The most
Love to hear
romantic
it
thing I've
live.
ever heard in my life. Oh, you know what? Just for kicks,
to hear
we'll play some of the beginning part.
Is that the famous part?
Yeah. Alright, that's all you get. Go listen to it yourself. You know what it is. Bum bum.
all I needed to hear.
Yeah, that's all you need to know. It's not an obscure piece. It's just everything else about it is obscure. It makes me so sad. Because it's pretty. Save this document? Sure, you can have all my annotations, I don't care.
Wonderful.
Underscore edited. I didn't edit it that much, this one I edited a bit more. Okay. Now, like 2 hours in, it's time to get to what we were actually here for.
What were we actually here for?
Yeah, the other part. Hold on, give me a second, please.
Oh, look who it is.
Okay. So there's another thing that we ought to do, which is the score studies part was supposed to be like the warm up. Because
Not for
there's
3 hours now.
yeah, there was this thing that I wanted to do today, which is bum ba dun 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 dun.
This is all news to me.
What do you mean? I guess it. No, I told you it's the counterpoint stuff.
Oh, the book, right?
The book. I've actually have read
Oh,
a little
reading.
bit of
Reading's
this.
for nerds, but I guess we're musicians. Kind of cancels out.
Yeah, we kind of have to read in order to learn. So, let me give some context because this book is written very strangely. This book is written as a dialogue between the author and the master god of music. So it's basically self-insert fan fiction of him learning how to compose music through dialogue, and it's very good because it explains to you step by step, in a very understandable way, how to write. It's not just like a textbook. It's more like he's trying to give you a lecture, and he anticipates the questions that you ask. But that does mean some of the dialogue is so self-gratifying. It's something like, I am happy to recognize your natural aptitude. There is only one matter that still troubles me. If this is... And then he's like, I am delighted to have found just such a young student as I should wish. And I think there are some even more conspicuous things he says. But anyway. So... Counterpoint, right? What is counterpoint? Why do we care about counterpoint? Counterpoint is you have a melody, whatever melody you want. I think he says that you can take a melody from Book of Chorales, or you could just make your own. Counterpoint is when you have a melody that goes on top of that other one or beneath it. And counterpoint rules are set in place so that you can hear both melodies clearly, even though they're happening on top of each other. Which is why things like parallel octaves and parallel fifths are bad. That's specifically why they are bad, is because if you have them, the two melodies will stop being so distinct from each other. Now, of course, if you're just like orchestrating chords or something, you can get away with this because in that specific instance, you're not trying to hear each of the voices individually. Personally, I still advocate for using counterpoint rules then, but that's just kind of on principle. Of course, you don't have to. Of course, a lot of composers got away with writing parallel fifths, and they sound great. Debussy, of course, comes to mind, but that he wasn't really writing counterpoint. He was just writing chords. There's a difference. Like, this is specifically counterpoints. It's not called how to write chords. It's not called how to write like Debussy. It's not called how to orchestrate chords. It's called the study of counterpoints. That's what it is. So let's read Chapter 1, Note Against Note. You have graciously answered my first question. Now will you tell me also, if you do not mind, what is meant by the first species? By first species, I think I mean just first type. The first kind of counterpoint, which is note against note. I shall explain it to you. It is the simplest composition of two or more voices, which, having notes of equal length, consists of only consonances. So this is a very simple explanation of what the first species. It's just the simplest kind of. It's basically just harmonizing a melody.
Sounds like a fucking like kids music program. You've taught me your first lesson, master. What's up next? I'm so excited to be
I'm so excited. Yeah.
Young child, you have the aptitude within you. Hold on, I wonder if I can get like voice mod installed or something.
Yeah. Yeah, having notes of equal length consists only of consonances. So think of like a barbershop quartet kind of harmony. Not exactly, of course, but like it's just only consonances for the most part, except for maybe a minor seventh somewhere. The duration of all the notes is unimportant, except that it should be the same for all. Since the whole note, however, gives the clearest picture, so he uses whole notes because they're the easiest to see. And then with God's help, then, let us begin composition for two voices. We take the basis for this, a given melody, or cantus firmus, that's what the given melody is called, that's just what they call it, which we invent ourselves, so you make up your own, or select from a book of chorales. So I think he selected this one just from a book of chorales. This is a double whole note, by the way. It's kind of an archaic, we don't really use this anymore, but in like older manuscripts you will see these. And you'll notice here that this was written in the alto clef. It's because it was written in the alto clef originally, but like for modern versions he wrote the treble clef. And maybe you can read the alto clef, but we just scroll down to four-part counterpoint here at the end. And you'll see that he does use all four clefs: soprano, alto, tenor, bass clef. And since, people don't read these anymore, he just switched them to treble and bass, the editor. But these are supposed to be... This is like the first time I've actually seen these clefs be used the way that they were meant to be. Come from Roman philosophy? Yeah, well, not necessarily. It's like the Socratic method, right? Asking questions, that's like Greek, right? I think in the I did read the preface. I'm not going to read it here, but I did read in the preface that the reason that it's written in a dialogue is because the author himself. You know what? No, it's pretty funny what he says. Let me just read the first paragraph. Some people will perhaps wonder why I have undertaken to write about music, there being so many works by outstanding men who have treated the subject most thoroughly and learnedly. And more especially why I should be doing so just at this time when music has become almost arbitrary and composers refuse to be bound by any rules and principles, detesting the very name of school and law like death itself. To such I want to make my purpose clear. There have certainly been many authors famous for their teaching and competence, who have left an abundance of works on the theory of music, but on the practice of writing music they have said very little, and this little is not easily understood. Generally, they have been content to give a few examples, and never have they felt the need of inventing a simple method by which the novice can progress gradually, ascending step by step to attain mastery in this art. I shall not be deterred by the most ardent haters of school, nor by the corruptness of the times. Medicine is given to the sick, and not to those who are in good health. However, my efforts do not tend, nor do I credit myself with the strength, to stem the course of a torrent, rushing precipitously beyond its bounds. I do not believe that I can call back composers from the unrestrained insanity of their writing to normal standards. Let each follow his own counsel. My object is to help young persons who want to learn. I knew and still know many of those who have fine talents and are most anxious to study. However, lacking means and a teacher, they cannot realize their ambition but remain, as it were, forever deeply athirst. So basically, he's throwing shade at Bach. Yeah, basically. Even though Bach did specifically read from this book, which is very interesting.
Well, I'm going to play run with my mic for a second.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
I'll be back in a moment.
Okay. But yeah, basically what he's saying is that the guys writing music these days are breaking all the rules, and it sounds awful, and I hate it. And also all those people that are writing good harmony, even if they write their treatises and their books, it's way too esoteric, and the novice student can't even understand what they're writing. And that's why he said medicine is given to the sick and not to those who are in good health. He's basically saying, yeah, these books that you've written on harmony can be understood by other people who already know how harmony works, but to those who don't know how harmony works, your books suck and they don't mean anything. So, and I also love the ending. As for the rest, do not take offense at the humbleness of my style, for I lay no claim to Latinity, other than that of a voyager returning to a land he once called home. And I would rather be understandable than seem eloquent. Farewell, prophet, and be indulgent. That is a beautiful foreword. And you can feel so much of the author's character just from reading this. Please, that's something you gotta put on a gravestone. Farewell, prophet, and be indulgent. That's beautiful. Alright. But let's continue. We know how direct, oblique... okay, well, you probably know how direct and contrary motion work. But oblique motion is a... is there no example of oblique motion here? Dang, they didn't put one. Okay, well, oblique motion is basically when you have a note and the counterpoint has more notes in between. Let's see if I can find an example here. Just to show, because for some reason the example isn't listed on here. Yeah, like this. This is oblique motion. So like the CF stands for cantus firmus. We saw that's like the original melody. And then CPT counterpoints. Oblique motion is when you have more notes like happening against it. So that's what's happening. Lucian, are you there? Did you die? Come back. Come back. Where is he? Come back. I can't continue on without you. Get over here, nerd. Oh my goodness, he's messing with his mic so much. I'll just continue reading that. You can see my screen. Probably. As I know the motions and fall rules, I think I can understand everything you just said, but I remember that you made a distinction between perfect and imperfect consonances. Right. Perfect consonances are your octaves and fifths, and not your fourths. Fourths are dissonants now, for a reason that I didn't really go into. I think fourths were considered a dissonance for a while until the late classical period. But anyway, just remember when he says perfect consonants, he does not mean a fourth. That is considered a dissonance. Imperfect consonances are, thirds and sixths. It may be necessary to know whether they must be used differently. Have patience, I shall explain everything. Certainly there's a great difference between perfect and imperfect consonances, but I shall speak about this later. For the time being, they may be employed impartially save for their different use, according to their motions, and for the rule that more imperfect than perfect consonances should be employed. Fourths are unstable, right? I think I read that somewhere. I mean, I'm not sure. I'm sure the book gives a long footnote about why it's a dissonance. I don't know. Pre-early Baroque. Yeah, it might have something to do with their tuning system. Maybe, because it's not equal temperament yet. So I don't know. That might be it. I'm thinking. But yeah, he says more imperfect than perfect consonants should be employed. Oh, hello. Because, you know.
Does my voice sound okay? I was messing around with my settings.
Yeah, it sounds fine.
I figured out how to get auto-tune to work and nothing else. Okay, hello.
Sure. Yeah. But he basically says here that thirds and sixths ought to be used more often than octaves and fifths because thirds and sixths are more harmonious. We know that. Very simple rule. Would you mind explaining to me, dear master? What was that?
Who wrote this book?
Fuchs. Johann Fuchs. Or Joseph Fuchs, not Johann.
Okay.
Would you mind explaining to me, dear master, why more imperfect than perfect consonances should be used here, and why the beginning and end should be perfect consonances? And then he says, your eagerness, which is still praiseworthy, forces me to explain everything in the wrong order. Dang. I shall answer your question, though, not to yet discussing everything. So if we skip to the example, you can see here that these are written in a fifth and these are written in an octave. So yeah, the start and end of your counterpoint ought to have perfect consonances, so fifths and eighths, and everything, and in between should be a lot more thirds and sixths than fifths and octaves. So you can clearly see that here. I zoom in a little bit. Which was considered dissonant when above the bass voice because they sound like an upside down fifth and imply a new harmony. That's why second inversion triads feel unstable. Alright, that makes sense.
Interesting.
The imperfect consonances then are more harmonious than perfect ones. The reason will be given at another time. I mean, we can hear that they're different because we know that if you've done ear training. Therefore, if a composition of the species having only two parts and otherwise being very simple, two should contain very many perfect consonances, it would be necessarily lacking in harmony. Right? So if you have a lot of fifths and eighths and not a lot of thirds and sixths, then it will be less harmonious than if you had a lot of thirds and sixths versus little fifths and eighths. Right? That makes sense. The rule concerning the beginning and the end is to be explained in this way. The beginning should express perfection and the end relaxation. Since imperfect consonances specifically lack perfection and cannot express relaxation. So yeah, what he means is this is kind of weird, but he says ending on a third or a sixth is not exactly relaxing compared to writing a fifth or an octave. I was about to say an eighth, an octave. I'm not sure if we would agree with that now, but I can kind of see where he's coming from. If it's supposed to release all the tension and go back to zero, I guess. The beginning end must be made up of perfect consonances. Finally, it should be noticed that in the next to last bar, there must be a major sixth if the counterfirmus is in the lower part and a minor third if it is in the upper part. So if your main melody is in the upper parts, you must have a third in the counterpoints. But if the melody is in the lower part, then there must be a major sixth in the counterpoint. So here we see that the the cantus firmus, the main melody, is here, E, and the counterpoint is playing a major sixth above that. So, in a major sixth and the minor third, they're just apart by an octave here. So if you imagine there being a C sharp here, then that would be a minor third. So they're the same notes, just an octave apart. Is this all that is needed for this first species of counterpoint? It is not all, but it is enough to begin with. The rest will become clear by the correction. Yeah, so also one thing I really like about this book is that he gives examples and Joseph, the student, makes mistakes and then they get corrected instead of just giving you a bunch of correct answers.
Well, that's interesting.
Yeah, and he explains what went wrong. Start then take confirm. Okay, so he just basically, it's just a dialogue saying, I've given you this melody, make a counterpoint. So we have this melody here. These top things are just measure numbers and these are the intervals between them. So if I could zoom in, ping.
Ping.
This is a fifth. I know it doesn't really look like a fifth, but this is a really weird copy. This is an eighth. You can see here there are a lot of thirds.
Ugh.
And also notice that you must follow the rule that if you're moving from an imperfect consonant, did he say that in here? I don't know. Yeah, he explains it here. So
Control F, yeah, if you need it.
I don't think I can select any of the text here, unfortunately.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the student here explains how he wrote this counterpoint. You told me the beginning should start with a perfect consonants. He does. It's a fifth. I took one, choosing the fifth. From the first part to the second, that is from a fifth to a third, or from a perfect consonance to an imperfect one. I went by oblique motion. Oblique motion basically means this note stays the same, but the one of them changes. So that's oblique motion. So moving from perfect to imperfect. So for example, from from a fifth to a third, you ought to move in either oblique or contrary motion. I don't even know if you can move by direct motion. Actually, you probably can do any of the motions. It's just from a perfect consonance to another perfect consonance you can't do by direct motion, right? That's parallel fifths and octaves. Yeah. First, which progression, however, would have been possible by any of the three motions. Yeah, so you could use direct. If you're moving from a perfect to an imperfect one, there's basically no way to mess up. Just move however you want. From the second bar to the third, that is, from a third to a third, or from an imperfect to an imperfect. So basically, yeah, it's a third to a third. You see here in measures 2 and 3. He chose parallel motion according to the rule. From one imperfect consonance to another, imperfect consonants may go by any of the three motions. So yeah, if you go from imperfect, or if you go from perfect to imperfect, or from imperfect to imperfect, you can do whatever you want. But then some more restrictions start to apply. From third bar to the fourth, or from an imperfect consonance to a perfect one, I moved by contrary motion following the rule. From an imperfect consonance to a perfect consonance, one must go in contrary motion, right? So you see here, you're able to use oblique motion, direct motion, and contrary motion. So he demonstrates all three of those motions in 4 bars. Very cool. Thank you, Fuchs. Yeah, so he's moving from a third to a fifth, imperfect to perfect, so he moves by contrary motion. I'm not even sure if you could move by oblique motion. I guess you could, but it probably wouldn't be very nice. There would be some big leaps, I think. Maybe if you move from a sixth to a fifth, that probably wouldn't sound very good. Okay. You show that you have done this with much thought, therefore you may be certain, if only you master the 3 motion and 4 different rules thoroughly, so that with the slight recourse to the memory you no longer make errors, the way for progress is already open for you. And now he writes the counterpoint in the lower part, in the tenor. And then, oh no, X's, those mark his mistakes. Okay. So let's just ignore the X's for now and just take a look at what he's done. So he has started on a perfect consonance, which is a unison. That's a perfect consonance. Forgot to mention that. And he also starts here with a fifth here. Ignore the other one. He starts here with a fifth. Zoom. Ping.
Ping.
He starts with a fifth and moves to a third, obeying the rule, supposedly. He didn't quite do that here, but obeying the rule, supposedly, that moving from an perfect consonant to an imperfect one, you can do whatever motion you want. So let's see, just the B's. And then he asks, wait, hold on a second, why is that bad? Why'd you mark a mistake in the first and second bar, venerable master? Have I not begun with a fifth of perfect consonants? From that I went to a second pair of notes, a third in direct motion, as the rule allows. From a perfect consonance to an imperfect one when we proceed in any of the 3 motions. Please help me out of my embarrassment. I am very ashamed. Oh no. Don't worry, my son. The first mistake did not happen through any fault of yours, since you do not know the rule that the counterpoint must be in the same mode as the cantus firmus. I was just about to explain it to you. Since in this example the cantus firmus is in D, as the beginning and conclusion show, and you started with G. Yeah, so even the
It's sort of complex.
yeah, so ignore the counterpoint for a second. Notice how the Canis Firmus is in D, right? It starts in D, it ends in D. The Canis Firmus is the main melody that we're building off of, right? However, Joseph started the counterpoint with G, effectively making this a G chord, right? Because the G is in the lower part, so it will sound like a G chord. You see what I mean? It starts to deviate from sounding like a. It starts to deviate from sounding like a progression in D, and it sounds like a progression in G instead. So you're kind of changing the harmony. Yeah. So that's why that's a mistake. And it serves in D as the beginning and the conclusion show, and you started with G, you've obviously forced the beginning out of the mode, right? Because of this, I've corrected the fifth to an octave, which establishes the mode as the Canis Firmus. Yeah, so he corrected it here so that they're both in D, so you can very clearly hear. So even if this was like an A or something, or even F, maybe F would have been fine, but not in strict counterpoint. This is strict counterpoint. He just chose to keep it in an octave so that you can actually hear that it's correct. I am glad that lack of knowledge and not inattention accounts for this mistake, which I certainly shall remember. But what about that kind of mistake I've made in the second bar? This mistake does not occur in the progression from the first to second, but in the second to third. You move from the third to the fifth in direct motion against the rule. From an imperfect consonance to a perfect consonance, one must go in contrary motion. So yeah, he did do that in this example, you see. He moved from a third to a fifth in contrary motion. This moves down, this moves up. But here he did not do that, because this is an imperfect consonance, this is a perfect consonance, but he moves in direct motion. Oh no, that's against the rule that exists for a reason that I don't quite know. I'm sure it's explained in the beginning.
What year was this book written? I'm curious.
I believe...
Fuchs? Is it spelled like this?
It was published in 1725. So,
really?
Yes. So it's Baroque. Literally, like, in
the
Baroque period.
That's fascinating, because I'm remembering the open... Like, people these days are ignoring all the rules of music. We need to go back to the good old days.
The good old days of writing correct music.
And it's written in the 1700s.
It was written in the 1700s. What is exactly is the Baroque period?
1600s, yeah.
Oh yeah, I want to see like...
They have like a specific date.
Oh, 17... Yeah, I was thinking of like a specific date. Like, this seems to have happened like smack in the middle of the Baroque period, so... Church modes are nice, though. So,
composers are obeying the rules in 1725.
He did say that.
Never show this man like contemporary classical.
Oh, he'll die. But yeah.
He's gonna write a sequel, which is literally just Aloe here just screaming for 97 pages or whatever.
What is this? Okay, so yeah, the mistakes that Joseph the student made is that by starting here, interested in a Renaissance style, that's true.
Yeah, okay, I can see that.
But like,
Schoenberg versus Fuchs boxing match.
Yeah, wait, can we have like music boxing?
That'd be awesome.
Chess boxing. You have an instrument battle. Alright. By starting on the counterpoint on a G here, because the G is in the lower part, it will sound like a progression in G instead of D. So that was corrected so that they both play D, so it's very obviously a D progression. And then here, this got corrected because moving from an imperfect consonance to a perfect one, you ought to move in contrary motion. So moving from a third to a fifth, or a sixth to a fifth, or a sixth to an eighth, or octave, sorry, they gotta be in contrary motion. Ping.
Bing.
Do you mind explaining to me the reason why one may not go from an imperfect consonance in direct motion to a perfect one, in order that okay, certainly. In this instance, one may not do it because two fifths follow each other immediately. Ah, so this is where he starts talking about hidden fifths, which...
Oh, fun.
Yeah. In this instance, one may not do it because 2/5 follow each other immediately, one of which is apparent or open, the other, however, concealed or hidden, and would stand out by diminution of the interval, as I shall show you now in the example. So yeah, if you move by direct motion, if you split up the interval here, you'll see, oh no, a fifth and a fifth. Oh no, those are parallel fifths. What are we gonna do about this? I'm gonna be so honest. I don't really see it. But, like I don't really get why this is a rule. But you know,
maybe it was a rule in 1725.
Yeah, like if we're writing strict counterpoint, sure. But like if you're writing like chords, I don't really think you need to bother with this one. This diminution, a good singer would not make. Yeah, we gotta remember that he's specifically writing for singers here.
Not
so,
like, okay, that's
yeah,
actually quite. I thought he was writing for, like, I don't know, harpsichord or whatever.
Oh, maybe, but like specifically he's writing for singers, which is probably why like you would, like, a singer might like have a little bit of a slur in between these notes if they're like not exactly a practiced singer, which is why you might be able to hear that. I'm not sure. Adding passing notes like that was just common practice in the time. That's true, but he did not specifically put them. This is, you know, for species. Especially in singing solo. The same thing holds for the progression from the octave into the fifth in direct motion, where 2/5 would immediately follow each other. So yeah, if you move from a perfect to a perfect, you can see that, oh no, there is a parallel fifth hidden here. That's not good. See then by how diminution of the skip of the fifth, 2/5, one of which was concealed before, become apparent. So yeah, you can see here there's an octave and a fifth, and if you split apart this difference here, you'll see that there is a hidden fifth and then a fifth here, and it will not be good. From this you can recognize that the lawgivers of an art have set down nothing pointlessly and without deliberation. I understand, and I'm full of admiration. Oh, the old masters.
It feels like that's been like a third of the book right now so far. It's just like, wow, you're great.
You're so great, and you're great too. Now continue the same exercise. Yeah, and then he just talks about this. Okay.
My mic stand is awful. It keeps like. Okay, sorry, getting off topic.
Continue the same exercise and go through all modes within this octave. So he assigns the student to do the example, but in every mode, church mode. Just as they follow successfully in their natural order. You started with the D, thus E, F, G, blah blah blah. Why did you leave out B between A and C? Okay, so he says here that because the B mode, which is the Locrian mode, I think, has no perfect fifth, right? It doesn't have a perfect fifth. If you think of the Locrian, the one chord is diminished. So like if you play in B Locrian, you'll notice that the notes of it are B natural, D natural, and F natural, which is a diminished chord. And he says here, because it has no perfect fifth, which it doesn't, and therefore cannot be the final of a mode, which we shall discuss more fully in its proper place. So yeah, he shows here the B and the F are a dissonance, they're a tritone. But then Joseph's like, wait a second, what if you just sharpen or flatten one of them? And then he says, you can, but in this case, where the fifth leaves the diatonic system, because remember, we're writing in modes, not keys, we're writing in modes, it would no longer pertain to any of the natural modes, which we shall now deal with exclusively, but to a transposed mode, so a different key, basically. So when you modify it like this, it will literally turn into a different key and not necessarily in the same modes. And I've never really written in a whole lot of church modes, but you know, and there's that. There ain't a distinction between these different modes. Yes, there is a great difference. For the varying positions of each of these semitones result in a different melodic line with each of these octaves. This, however, you need not know yet. I don't even know what that means, so thank goodness he says I don't need to know it. So yeah, he rewrites the same melody in E, And then he made a mistake here by moving it, and you would have thought this isn't a mistake because he's moving from a imperfect to a perfect in contrary motion. So I made a mistake again. If this befalls me in 2-part composition of the simpler species, what will happen in composition of 3, 4, and more parts? Please tell me what mistake is indicated by the bow from the 6th to the 7th bar of the cross above. Please. Don't worry about that mistake. You couldn't avoid it because your attention has not been called to it. And do not distress yourself in advance about writing for more voices because, okay, whatever. And then he has this adage.
The devil in musica.
Which says, me against Fa is the devil in musica. And by me against Fa, he means a minor second. Because it's E to F.
Okay, yes.
It's not even a tritone.
I was gonna say like F major 9th. Like that must be like me against Fa. That's actually yeah.
You've written from the progression from the 6th to the 7th bar, which is. Let's see here. Where did he write it? Let's see. You have written to the 6th and the 7th bar by a skip of an augmented 4th, which is hard to sing and sounds bad. Okay, yeah, that was really the main. That was really the main problem here, is that he moved from F to B, which is a tritone.
Yeah.
And of course, maybe that's fine for us, but like he says specifically, it is difficult to sing. So we know that we're dealing with singers here. So a tritone, I can imagine a tritone being kind of difficult to sing, especially if it's a skip. So that's why he's concerned and he corrected it to a 5th instead. Yippee! For which region it is forbidden in strict counterpoint. He's very specific here, it is forbidden in strict counterpoints. Okay? It's not necessarily completely forgiven, as some people think it is. It's forbidden in strict counterpoint because it is hard to sing. That's literally it. That's his reason. It's because it's hard to sing. It's not because it sounds bad. It sounds bad because it's hard to sing.
Yeah.
Now have confidence and go from E to F. Yay! And yeah, he does it for all of these. And he makes a mistake here. I wrote the counterpoint with the closest attention, and yet I see 2 marks for mistakes from the 9th bar to the 10th and from the 10th to the 11th. Oh yeah, and this is a very strange rule that he gives here. From the 9th bar to the 10th, you use a skip of a major 6th, which is prohibited in strict counterpoint where everything should be as singable as possible. So, something is to keep in mind, that tritones and major 6ths are difficult to sing. And that's like... I think he says that you can use minor 6ths. Minor 6ths are easy to sing. Major 6ths are more difficult to sing. And I guess I just kind of have to appeal to authority here because I ain't no singer. So that's the reason he gives. But you can use a minor 6th to do a jump. I think he says that later. And notice here in strict counterpoint where everything should be as singable as possible. That's why like skips are usually like, they try not to use too big of skips because it needs to be very singable.
Right. Okay.
Afterwards, from the 10th bar to the 11th, you have brought together both voices from a 10th into an octave, leading them stepwise, the upper part down and the lower part up. This octave, which is called battuta by the Italians and thesis by the Greeks, because it occurs at the beginning of the measure, is prohibited. I have long searched for the reason, but have found neither the nature of the mistake nor the difference that makes the octave in this example acceptable. Right? Like this, from a 6th to an octave. In the following, however, this is not acceptable. So he literally admits that this is forbidden, but I don't know why. Which is very strange, and I think he concedes here, like, since I don't know the reason, I shall leave to your discretion the use or avoidance of it. It is of little importance. So, but the approach from a more remote consonance into an octave by a skip is, in my opinion, not to be tolerated even in composition for more than two voices. So it shows here that if you try to go into an octave through skips, this is not good. That's just his opinion, though. He literally says this is his opinion. So he just says, maybe don't do that because maybe it's not for you. And it says here this is also bad. So this is also the same thing moving into unisons. In composition for 8 voices, similar skips can hardly be avoided in the bases or in the parts which take their place, as is to be discussed in its proper place. But we still need a counterpoint in the lower voice for the last example. So we wrote the counterpoint out here. I remember we were writing in modes, so there are some funny sharps here. And also remember that because the because the cantus firmus, the main melody is in the upper parts, the lower part has to have a minor sixth, or major sixth, minor. I think it was a major sixth because it was a minor third that you had to have in the if it was in the upper parts. The counterpoint was in the upper parts, right? I'm getting this all wrong. Yeah, here. There must be a major sixth if it is in the lower part and a minor third if it is in the upper parts. That's not it. There it is. So a minor third if it is in the upper part. Oh wait, this is a minor third. I got tricked because of this 8 here. Dang it.
That's it's an octave mark.
Yeah, so this is a minor third because the cantus firmus is in the higher part, even though it doesn't really look like it is. Had the same question as Joseph here. What does nota bene mi indicate at the first note of this example? First species just avoids big jumps. Minor sixths are the smallest jump allowed other than octaves. Yeah, he says that later if voices start to get too close to each other, in a way that you can't really resolve it nicely, then you are permitted to use a minor sixth or an octave jump to kind of get out of your sticky situation, right? Voices can cross over each other, but it's not like super recommended, of course, because the singers will, like maybe instruments will sound fine, but singers, they won't sound as nice, right? Because they're moving out of their normal range and they're crossing over each other. It's going to sound a little strange. That means that the progression from the unison into another consonance by a skip is bad in itself, just as the progression into a unison is bad in itself. So he says here that if you're moving from a unison into some other consonants and you're skipping it, notice here there is a big skip here, that is not good. Just as the progression into unison is bad in itself, as I explained shortly before. Yeah, this is bad. So going into a unison from a skip is bad. Going out of a unison by a skip is bad. Since this skip, however, appears in the cantus firmus, which is not to be changed, it may be tolerated, right? So it says here, this is fine because this melody is taken from a book of chorales or whatever, and you can't change it. If you were making your own melody, though, you could change it. But I guess you could also, you could modify this to be a sixth instead or something, right? It'd be different if you were not confined to the cantus firmus and the invention were left to your own choice. But why did you put a sharp in the 11th bar? This is generally not used in the diatonic system. So he wrote some sharps here, but he says here, I wanted to write a sixth here, but when I studied singing, I learned that fa leads down and mi leads up. So, F moves down and E moves up. But this is this is G here, so this is the Mixolydian, right? I think it's a Mixolydian. Since the progression moves upwards from a sixth into a third, right here, I've used a sharp in order to emphasize the tendency to ascend. Besides, in the 11th bar would result a harsh relation with the F sharp. The F in the 11th bar would result in a harsh relation, the F sharp in the 13th bar. So yeah, he basically says that because this note wants to move up, he sharpened it, right? And I think conversely, if this note was moving down, he would have flattened it. The Mi note is B because they're using the hexachord system. Dang, this is so sad. Very different. Okay, yeah, but he sharpened it for the very specific reason that this guy wants to go upwards. And then he also said that he also sharpened this one because if this was F natural and this was F sharp, that would sound kind of weird, right? So, yippee! You have been attentive. Now I think every stumbling block is removed and you can proceed to the remaining modes, A and C. And now he knows everything. Yippee! But then the next part strikes. Before I take up the explanation of this species of counterpoint, you must know that a binary meter is involved. So look, 2 whole notes per bar. Have you ever seen that? 2 whole notes per bar. What would this be, like 2/1? The measure consists of 2 equal parts, the first of which is shown by the downbeat of the hand and second by the upbeat. So he's basically showing you how to conduct this. Down, up, down, up. Blah, 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 blah. The first of them comes on the downbeat and must always be a consonant, and the second comes on the upbeat and may be dissonant if it moves from the preceding note and to the following note stepwise. However, if by a skip, it must be consonant. Okay, so basically what he's saying here is, now that we have 2 notes per bar, and there's an upbeat and a downbeat now. Like before, it was just all upbeats, right? Just all upbeats. Now there's upbeats and downbeats. On the upbeats, you want them to be consonants, just like we had before, but on the downbeats, they can be dissonants. So, you know, if you're like moving around, stepping around, then you can have some dissonances here. However, if it moves by a skip, it must be consonant. So yeah, if you move your counterpoint down by a skip, you have to move into a consonant. You cannot skip into a dissonance. In this species, a dissonance may not occur except by diminution, that is, by filling out the space between the 2 notes that are a third distance from each other. And so yeah, if you do something like this, where you have a 5th moving down to a 3rd, he shows here that since you skipped, you need to move into a consonance. But you can have a dissonance here, and remember, a 4th is a dissonance, so there's a 4th here. It moves from 5/4 to 3, and this 4 can be a dissonance because you're expanding the interval, I guess you could say. It makes no difference whether the note which results from the diminution is consonant or dissonant. It is satisfactory if the space between the 2 notes, a third distant from each other, is filled out. Aside from this, one must follow what has been prescribed in the first species, a counterpoint concerning motion and progression. Yes, certainly. Except that in this species, the next to last measure should have a 5th followed by a major 6th if the cantus firmus or a chorale melody is in the lower voice. So he says here that in order to keep up this perfection that he wants, remember how in the last one we wanted a major 6th happening if the main melody is in the lower part? Well, now there are even more rules that if you want to do this, there must be a 5th before, so your counterpoint must end with a 5th, a major 6th, and then whatever interval, octave, unison. So it is called strict counterpoint for a reason. There is some very strict rules. So I guess to recap then, in the first species of counterpoint, when we have note against note, you want to use as many imperfect consonants as you can. However, the first and last ones must be perfect because they're so relaxing and they're so perfect. But the imperfect ones are more harmonious. It's all about the imperfections that matter. They're what make music what it is. But you must not start or end with them, otherwise it won't be as relaxing. So 3rd, 6th, used a lot of those, but use octaves, unisons, and 5ths at the beginning and end for strict counterpoint. And then he also says a bunch of rules, like if you move from an imperfect to a perfect one, I think he said like don't move by direct motion because you might create some fifths, and that's not good. Yeah, he's moving here from a third to a fifth. Don't use direct motion because there will be hidden fifths and it will not be good. So just move by contrary motion. I think he says here you must move by contrary motion. Or no, he just says you can't move it in direct motion. Okay. If you move from imperfect to imperfect, like third to third or sixth to sixth, you can move by any of the motions. Direct motion is fine because those are going to be harmonious. So, you can think of like moving your chords in sixths. That'll sound pretty good, right? If you move your melody harmony in thirds, that'll sound pretty good. But if you move from a perfect to a perfect, so a fifth to a fifth, that's a perfect fifth or perfect octave. That's no good. He doesn't really say anything about unisons and voice doubling. I guess since this is just 2-part harmony, you're probably not going to run into that, but in later parts, you probably might.
Ding.
Ding. And he also says that you cannot skip by a tritone and you cannot skip by a major sixth because those are difficult to sing. On an instrument, they're probably pretty easy, but for singers, it might not be so easy. And I imagine that he doesn't have like trained soloists. He's writing for like a kids choir or something, right? So they're probably not going to be the greatest singers on planet Earth. So you got to make it as easy as possible to sing.
Hey.
Unbelievable. He's throwing so much shade. The reason why we have to write music like this is because you guys suck at singing. You're the reason why. Okay. It will be very helpful if you consider the ending before you start to write. Now let's proceed, taking the same cantus firmi. And then he makes mistakes here. I fear making mistakes was not unfounded. I see 2 marks for mistakes. One at the first note of the 9th bar, and the other at the first note of the 10th bar, and I do not know what is wrong in either case. Both times I moved from an imperfect consonance to a perfect consonance by contrary motion. So he did do that here. You can see here, hold on. Imperfect to perfect. Zoom in more. So he moves from imperfect to perfect, but those are crossed out because they're not good, even though they're moving in contrary motion. What's going on? And then he says here, it's another hidden fifth reason, I believe. You reasoned correctly. There are 2 mistakes of the same kind. However, you could not have known this since you had not been told yet about it. So basically what he says here is that it should be said that a skip to the third cannot prevent a succession of either 2 fifths or 2 octaves. So he shows here that if you ignore this note here, these guys will be moving in parallel fifths, even though you put this third here, even though you skip by a third, and it moves to contrary motion. That does not prevent this hidden fifth here. You see there is a fifth going on here, and there is also a fifth going on here, even though you have this part here. And I feel like you could very easily see yourself making this mistake trying to avoid the voice leading problems, right? If we disregard the intervening note, which is, yeah, so if you remove the intervening note, then you get parallel fifths, and the same is for octaves. But, if the skip is of a greater interval, like if you do a 4th or a 5th, then the distance between the 2 notes causes the ear to forget, as it were, the first note on the downbeat. Starts to sound like a sequence. Yeah, but it's like a parallel 5th sequence. But you can't move by thirds, but if you move by 4ths or 5ths or 6ths, it's fine. The guy is like, what? This annotation here is like, what do you mean good? How does it make any sense? Good?
I like to imagine that's how we handed it to Alois. Like, is this okay?
Like, what do you mean it's good? It is on this account, too, that I did not mark wrong as the progression from the 3rd measure to the 4th. 4th one did not take into account the intervening note. Excuse me, the passage would appear thus. You move from an imperfect one to a perfect one. This progression would be against the rule which says from an imperfect consonance to a perfect consonance, one must proceed in contrary motion. Like if you remove the intervening note, like the in-between notes. But since he added a note that was a 4th, which is a good skip, if you did a 3rd, that would not be good. But since you used a 4th, which is a nice skip, then this is fine. And this moves in contrary motion. Oblique motion, really. Now correct your previous exercise. So those, I can't really see him like focusing too much on like where the chords are. He's just kind of putting notes like in random places, really. I wonder what it sounds like. I really thought about what it sounds like. I guess maybe we should pull it up and see. Get over here.
Spend 5 minutes putting this together.
It won't be that hard, probably.
It's like what, 20 notes, 15 notes.
Create from template. Clef. Treble clef. I'm really curious to see what this sounds like. Alright, let me change this to a voice one. Okay. Hello? Sound? Hello? Why is no sound playing out of you? Uh-oh. Just try something else. Do I not have it installed properly, I guess? Alright, I guess I'll just use...
the choir sounds. Just do full choir. Or that.
Oh, yeah. And then he shows here the counter melody is thus. Can I zoom out of my thing, please? Thank you. Yes, it's correct so far. Maybe I should make like audio files of each of these tracks. It's really hard for me to visualize or like imagine in my head what this is supposed to sound like. Also, I seem to have made a mistake here because I haven't finished. Hold on, I need to add more measures. Wait, no, this is... Oh, where did I go wrong? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. No, that's correct. That's correct. This is correct. Ah, okay. And yeah, this must be a major sixth. So we put like that. Now, what does this sound like?
Very like
Sure.
ancient Greek sounding.
Yeah, I think that's something that we ought to keep in mind here is that, of course, he, because I think we're seeing here that Fuchs was not necessarily concerned with having like a chord progression or like a harmonic progression. He more is concerned about just keeping a consonant. It's like, it sounds like church music because it sounds like it's kind of wandering, right? It's kind of meandering. Yeah. If you actually try to sing them, you learn about what is effective and singable writing. Yeah, I think that's like exactly what he's trying to outline here. I see that you have sufficiently understood everything that has been explained so far. And then he writes a bunch of stuff. Okay. What is that note? I can't even read it. So basically what we learned from the second part is that hidden fifths bad. You gotta do a skip by at least a fourth. Would the singing have been in just intonation? I don't know. What do they tune themselves to? A harpsichord? Clavichord? Maybe
This is also Baroque era music, so the tuning is different, isn't it?
Yeah, the tuning would be slightly different. This is before well temperament. So I'm not sure. But anyway, the main takeaway here is that in order to avoid hidden fifths and octaves, if you can, then do some skips by fourths at least. Pythagorean? It might be I wouldn't doubt Pythagorean. You know what? Music tuning system, early 1700s. Definitely would be just. Music stack exchange. Alright, tell me. Not great. Oh, there wasn't a standard tuning, because of course there wasn't, because there was no reason for there to be a standard tuning. Tuning forks were already around. Sure. Yeah, wait, why did we assume that one tuning fork was... In the case of the lute, a common practice is apparently to tune the treble string as high as it will go without breaking, then tune the remaining strings in accordance with the first. This, of course, depends on the diameter, so basically it's just a free-for-all. You can just do whatever you want. I see. I'll take all the canis fermi which were given, and then he just writes out a bunch of examples. Nothing that he really corrects here. It seems that he has a flat here for some flats here for some reason. Looks like because this is a third. Alright, this is in bass clef now. And this is in treble clef, but an octave lower. Oh, he also crosses the voices. Wait, hold on. Maybe he talks about that. Which book of this? This is Steps to Parnassus. Study of counterpoint. Bup.
Hey, just letting you know it's getting a bit late, so I might head out for the night.
Okie dokie.
It's been a pleasure.
Okie dokie. Bye bye. Sleep. Go to
Farewell.
sleep. Bye bye.
I need water anyways.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I need to drink more water. Apologies. Well, anyways, farewell, everybody. It's been a pleasure.
Bye bye. I'll see
Bye-bye.
you around. Alright, he's gone. And now we can focus on making the best counterpoint ever. Okay. So I should probably make like a recapitulation of everything that just happened. Let me just pull up Notepad real quick. Ignore that. Okay. You don't have to worry about that one, what that was. So first species. In your first species of counterpoint, you want use lots of thirds and sixths. Start and end on a unison, fifth, or octave. Okay. If the main melody, I'll call it the main melody, not canis firmus, is, or I'll say if the counterpoint is above the main melody, therefore the main melody would be in the lower part, then the counterpoint, the penultimate measure must, hold on, can I turn on word wrapping please? Here. Must contain a major sixth. And likewise, if the counterpoint is below the main melody, the penultimate measure must contain a minor third. Okay. Whoopsies. And then, what else did he say? Something about hidden fifths. If, by expanding the interval of a scale, I'll just say by diminution, that's the word to use, right? Okay, skip. How exactly did he word it? He worded it in a very specific way. Yeah, something like this. In this instance, one may not do it because two fifths follow each other immediately, one of which is apparent or open, however concealed or hidden, and would stand out by diminution of the interval. I should now show you an example, yeah? Because I imagine in the Baroque era, now they're doing a lot of like ornamentation and improvisation. So a singer might do something like this. However, that'll cause a fifth to be revealed. So how would I word this? A fifth. By of intervals. So okay, wait, no. Let's write the rules here. An imperfect a perfect consonance, perfect interval. Consonance, consonance. Perfect consonants cannot follow an imperfect consonance. Perfect consonant. Because parallel fifth would emerge. Might do that. It was actually considered incorrect not to. Dang. I wonder why. I gotta start abbreviating stuff. Perfect consonants cannot follow an imperfect consonants. Maybe cannot follow. Wait. Because you did say something about. No, that was through skips. Because if you move to an imperfect consonance to a perfect one, or from a perfect consonance to an imperfect one using a skip of a third, or I think actually by using any skip, right? That's not good. He says so here. Or to a unison or an octave. I don't think he said anything about a third. Or no, he did some. Yeah, I didn't say anything about a fifth. For an octave and a unison, though, that ain't no good. Can't ever move to a perfect consonance by similar parallel motion. Yeah, that's a better way of putting it. Or those are the same thing, direct motion. You may move from an imperfect perfect to another imperfect consonance. More or less encapsulates all of the first species. Yeah, because otherwise it's kind of a free-for-all, since you can. It's kind of just note against note. Imperfect to another imperfect consonance. By any motion. Or maybe to or from a perfect consonance by direct motion, because either way they would still. Hold on. Because I would still reveal hidden fifths if you move from a perfect to an imperfect one through direct motion. That's still the same. Okay, so like if you move from a fifth to a third in direct motion, it would still reveal hidden fifths. So to or from a perfect consonance, it would not be good. Always in a contrary or oblique motion. Okay. Composition, someone skip to me. Did he say anything about the cantus firmus going over the. Does that not happen yet? I think it'll happen soon. This is the batuta, right? Yeah, he said that you can kind of ignore this rule if you don't really want to. And the second species, he says more about. Because that was two notes to a note, right? Oh, he also says that do not skip by a tritone or major, sixth. Because it is difficult to sing. Sure. Now the second species of counterpoint says, before I take up the explanation of the species of counterpoint, binary meter. Okay. Let's say consecutive perfect intervals may not be masked by thirds, but can be by fourths, fifths, etc. So basically what this means is that it's the example that he was showing here, that if you remove these notes, these in-betweener notes, then it will reveal parallel octaves or parallel fifths if you have skips by thirds here, because it just sounds like a sequence. However, if you move down or up by fourths, at least fourths, maybe fifths or sixths, then this is fine. Which, you know, I guess then you could move by octaves, which would be a little difficult to sing, but you can do it, I guess, if you want. On this account too, that I did not mark wrong as a progression. Yeah, so that was his other rule. Go through the 5 remaining modes, placing the counterpoint once in the upper and lower voice. I already said that in the next to last measure there should be first a fifth if the counterpoint... Ah, right, because he also said that in the second species that, in the penultimate measure, the intervals must move from a perfect fifth to a major sixth or minor third. He does say something like that, because remember in the last one he said that you must, in the second to last measure, you must have either a major sixth or a minor third depending on where your melody is in relation to the counterpoint. But here he says if you have more notes, like an upbeat and a downbeat, there we only have the upbeats, but here we have upbeat and downbeats, then it must be a little bit more strict. There must be a fifth and then a sixth. But here, Joseph points out that he did something a little different. He does a fifth and a third. I recently said that the next slash measure first should be a fifth if the counterpoint occurs in the lower parts. But obviously, since this note fifth being dissonant may not be used, mi against fa, I wrote a sixth rather than a fifth. I see. So yeah, in this mode there would have been a tritone here. So instead he opted to use a sixth instead of a fifth, which apparently you can do. So if the fifth would be dissonant, you may use a sixth. I guess that's what I've learned from that. I am very pleased to find you so careful. Oh, so pleasing. Okay, he's just saying, make sure to keep on practicing in order to get better at writing music. I am really pleased to see how thoughtfully you are working. As for ternary time, so 3 against 1, yet to be mentioned here, there's a dotted whole note here, which is crazy. I ain't never seen these before. So this is not a very difficult manner and therefore of little significance. Here the middle note may be dissonant because all 3 of them move stepwise, okay. Okay, and now to the third species, which I believe is quarter notes against the whole note, yes. But a third species of counterpoint is meant by composition having 4 quarters against the whole note. So yeah, it makes sense now why they are called quarter notes and stuff, because they are literally a quarter of the melody. Here in the first one must observe that if 5 quarters follow each other either by ascending or descending, the first one has to be consonant, the second may be dissonant, and the third must again be consonant. The fourth one may be dissonant, the fifth is consonant, as shown in the example. So basically it says that you must start, the first note must start on a consonant, right? If the first place one was if 5 quarters follow each other, right? First one has to be consonant. So these are consonants, and then this guy may be dissonant, and this guy can be dissonant, and this one has to be consonant. And so we have D and A here. D and A are consonants, followed by G and D, which are dissonants, F and D, which are consonants, and then E and D, which are dissonants. And we move up to this. This does not hold if firstly the second and fourth notes are consonant, in which case the third note may be dissonance. So yeah, here, even though this is a consonance, moving down, this would move to a consonance of a fifth from a sixth, and then the third note will technically be dissonant because it will be a fourth. Then move back to a third, and we're all good. Here, the third note is always dissonant and may be described as a diminution or filling out of the skip of a third. In order to show this process more clearly, we should change these notes back to their original forms. So wait, what changed in between these? So here, I see. From this one, you see that the third note, the dissonance, in the previous example is nothing but the diminution of a skip of a third. Right. Right, okay, that makes sense. So like, since this is falling on the downbeat, or sorry, the upbeat, since this is this half note will fall on the downbeat, then this distance here is just the filling in of the gap. Nice. The second instance in which one departs from the general rules is that of the changing note, which is called cambiata by the Italians. It occurs if one goes from the second note, which when dissonant, to a consonant note by a skip, as to be seen by the following examples. Dissonance to a consonance by a skip. So this, from a seventh to a fifth by a skip. A skip of a third from the second to the third note. Strictly speaking, the skip of a third from the second note to the third note should occur from the first to the second note. In this case, the second note would form a consonant sixth. Okay, wait, what exactly does he mean by that? Skip of a third note, skip of a third from the second to the third note should occur from the first to the second. So he says that the skip that happens here should happen here instead, not here. It should happen here. In this case, the second note would form a consonant sixth, yeah. And so instead of having this being a seventh, you should lower this down so the skip happens here. This would be a sixth instead, and I guess he thinks that would be more pleasing. So let's write here. Third species. It says here that when filling in intervals with quarter notes. What exactly does he say here? If one goes from the second note to a consonant note by a skip. That's just to be seen. This is a very specific rule. If you move from the second note to a consonant note by a skip. Either the and fourth notes may be dissonant, or the third note may be dissonant. Okay. I'm not really sure how to write this rule down. It's kind of obscure. If you fill in the skip from the first to the second note, the following line results. Okay, so instead, yeah, he moved this note downwards in order to make this a sixth, D and B. And if we were to fill in the gaps of this interval, we would have this. Since in this species, however, eighth notes are not yet to be employed, the old masters have approved the first example where the second note forms a seventh. Possibly because it is easier to sing. So he says that the old masters, eighth notes are not yet to be employed. Right, by eighth notes he means these. For some reason I thought he meant octaves first, but no, he means eighth notes, which are these guys, the little guys. So he says, don't use these guys yet. You are able to write like this, maybe because it's a bit easier to sing. Finally, I've shown how the next to last measure should be treated, it being, as usual, more difficult than the others. If the count is firm as occurs in the lower part, there are possibilities. Next to last measure should be treated, it being, as usual, more difficult than the others. So, it doesn't say which one it is. I think it's this one here, because this is... Okay, so this is in the lower part. This must be a major 6, right? And this must be a perfect 5th, as I remember. And it must move up like this in contrary motion. So he says these are the ways you can resolve it. Because it's resolving here into an octave. It says you can resolve this part. Okay. Okay. That makes sense. These possibilities are okay. If you know this, and in addition keep in mind what has been said already of the other species, you will have no difficulty with this species. Still, I want to remind you again to pay the utmost attention to the measures following, otherwise you may sometimes find yourself unable to go on. Start to work, taking in turn all the cantus firmi used in the first lesson. I see. I see, I see, I see. Okay. So yeah, if we look at the counterpoint here, this starts at a unison. And these notes may be dissonance. This is a second and a fourth, those are dissonance. But that's okay, because this guy's consonants. And here, the second and fourth are consonants. Actually, no, this is dissonance. And this can be consonant. Consonant is never bad. Where's the counterexample here? These guys are dissonants. Where's the one where the second and fourth are the consonances? Here. There's a third, a unison, a second, and a third. But it's okay. These consonances are permitted because the middle note here, the third one in the sequence, is a dissonance. Okay. In order to resolve this nicely, you can add these guys. It gives you examples on how to fix your counterpoint. Okie dokie. And then I think this is where syncopation starts to happen. Oh no. So after this is syncopation, and I think after this you combine, yeah, the fifth sequence is combining all of the rules together. Okay. Got it. Okay. Well, I'm getting tired of reading, so I'm just going to call it there. I'll get to writing music next time, using MuseScore and stuff, but I'm glad I took these notes. I will be probably be adding these to my little cheat sheet that tells me some strict counterpoint rules. That'll be all for today. I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye.